Hello, how are you? Can you hear me? I'm going to take that as a yes. I can't hear anyone here. I am going to share some slides with you. Bear with me one second. And you can see my slides. I think so. Okay. Well, thank you for having me here today. My name is Andrew Gagno, and I'm a senior software developer here in Ottawa, Ontario, at a Canadian space company called GHG Sat. I've been asked to come and speak a little bit about what I do and how I got here and my journey to this position within the space industry. And I'm hoping I can provide a little bit of insight to y'all about how someone who started off in software engineering, working for the military and whatnot, ended up on the software side of the space industry. I first wanted to take a couple minutes to throw a special thank you to Jason Michaud and the whole gang at Stardust Festivals for putting this on and inviting me here. I really appreciate it. You guys have done a lot of hard work and a lot of great work putting together this festival. I feel it's a little overwhelming being included with such wonderful and accomplished people. There's a number of fascinating people speaking here today, so I really do hope you get to see all the speakers today and throughout the whole week. So I really do appreciate that. Also, special thanks to Madison and her team for working the schedule and getting me in and ironing out all the technical difficulties. I really appreciate all the hard work you guys have put into this. And last but not least, I'd like to thank the Tikawa Tegamu Nation for hosting this event on this land. It's very much appreciated. Again, it's a real honor to be amongst all these wonderful people in the space industry. So I think I'm going to start with just giving you a little bit of an overview of what I do at GHGSat and what GHGSat is all about. So as the name implies, GHGSat, we're a Canadian space company based out of Montreal, Quebec, but we have satellite offices kind of all over the place. And our company has designed and built satellites that identify and monitor greenhouse gases from space. So for those of you who may or may not know, greenhouse gases are the gases that exist in our atmosphere, both naturally and through due to human existence. And they trap heat in our atmosphere and are contributing to global warming. So these are things that we want to keep tabs on and see where they're coming from and monitor them. So we do this, or GHGSat does this, using a space-based system of 6 satellites that were designed and developed here in Canada. Including 3 that were just launched just this past May 2022, which was a really interesting event to take part of. I'm fairly new to the companies. I've been here for about 8-ish months now. So it was really an interesting experience to watch these suitcase-sized satellites get loaded onto a SpaceX Falcon 9 booster rocket and watch the event with a whole bunch of our software developers, our team, watch the actual rocket lift off from Cape Canaveral and witness live them birthing these satellites into orbit. It was an absolutely fascinating experience. GHGSat also has some airborne or aircraft-based campaigns that they use for more local detections. So they take the same sensors that exist on the satellites and slap them to the bottom of an aircraft and send the pilots out to monitor a certain area. So you can see on this slide some of the different type of greenhouse gases that we've detected, and we detect them. They exist from all sorts of different industries. We'll see oil and gas in the United States, landfills in Asia. We have coal mining in Australia, and again, oil and gas in Central Asia. So these are all what we call methane plumes. So methane that is escaping from whatever facility, and we are detecting this from our satellites in space. Here are 2 more examples just to showcase some of the fun stuff we get to do at GHGSat. So on the left-hand side, you can actually see there's a fairly large methane emission in Lahore, Pakistan. So this is a massive landfill, and you can see the gas that's escaping. This gas is a natural byproduct of the decomposition of organic material. So there's certainly something to keep tabs on. And on the right-hand side, this is New Mexico. It's an underground coal mine, I believe. Um, and again, methane is escaping this coal mine, which is a byproduct of the actual mining activities. So these are just two more examples of some of the methane plumes that GHGSat has been able to detect from space. So not only do we have our own, information and methane detections and greenhouse gas detections that we get from our own satellites, but GHGSat also combines a lot of publicly available data that we find through the internet or certain environmental sites or agencies and whatnot. And there are also some sites that we pay to receive data from. And we use that publicly available data and combine it with our own data to provide different types of products to different types of industries. This kind of brings us to what I do. So, like I mentioned, I'm a software developer for the analytics department at GHGSat. I've been working here for 8-ish or so months. I work on a small team of very passionate software developers who come from a variety of skills and backgrounds. I would get to work with a number of data scientists who help us identify what data products exist, how we can use that information, how we can combine them to provide more insight into, what these emissions look like, who are they attributed to, how have they changed over time, so on and so forth. So my primary responsibility here at GHGSat is to write software that identifies, downloads, and catalogs other data sets, whether they're publicly available or through subscriptions or whatnot. And then once we have that data, within our own internal data stores, we do all sorts of analytics on it, and aggregation. We have machine learning models that analyze it, and we get to do all sorts of fun stuff with it. Another big part of my job, I guess a secondary aspect of it, is automation. We run a number of different processes at GHGSat in the analytics department, and there's so many that there'd just be no way for us to run these manually. It would take a team of us to run them manually every day, day in, day out. So a large portion of my daily concern is how are we going to automate these processes? How are we going to be able to monitor them and run them in a way that's consistent and makes our lives a lot easier. So what does my day look like as a software developer in a Canadian space company? Like I mentioned, I write software day in, day out. So I'm in there writing software in Python and getting to use fun stuff like Docker and Kubernetes and all sorts of cloud-based services. Because I've been at this for a little while, I get to participate in code reviews. So that's members of our team who've made some bug fixes or added some new functionality. We'll have that code reviewed by one of us in the team, and we provide suggestions and whatnot, things they can improve. I'm also involved in all aspects of the software development cycle. So from planning, next major portions of work that we need to tackle, to documenting issues and bugs, reviewing code, deploying software. I kind of have my fingers in all of it, which is fun. And like I mentioned previously, I work a lot with automation tools, monitoring tools, and so on and so forth. So a lot of cutting edge software, a lot of cutting edge open source software, which is absolutely wonderful. I can't emphasize it enough. My job is awesome, and I get to work with a lot of brilliant people. Every day is a new problem to solve, and I get to do so with a wonderful team, cutting edge tools. And I really feel like I get to make a difference, both from a Canadian space perspective as well as from a global, this Earth that we live on, and being able to make it a better place when I leave it. So that's kind of what I do and where I work. So I guess the next big thing that Jason and the people at Stardust festivals wanted me to talk about was how did I get here? How did I go from living in the country in Quebec to getting to work at this absolutely fascinating Canadian space company? So I'll maybe spend a couple minutes just going over where I started and my path through the space industry and how I got here today. So as I mentioned, I'm from Ottawa, Ontario. I was born in Ottawa. I was raised in the countryside in Quebec. I came from a fairly typical family. I had two other siblings. Um, Mom and dad. Dad worked in the IT industry. Mom worked as an administrative assistant for the local children's hospital. Um, from a young age, and I think this is likely something that will be common when you talk to a lot of people who work either in software or who work in engineering. I like to build things. It was just, from the get-go, I love building things, whether it was Lego or model airplanes, forts, anything, you name it, I like to build it. I was curious. I like to know how things worked. And I took things apart and built them to try and figure that out. So as I got a little bit older, say my teenage years, I was still living in the sticks in the country in Quebec. There wasn't too much to do. For those of you who may or may not live in the country may know. So I tend to fill my time with kind of normal teenage activities: skateboarded, snowboarded, a little bit of punk concerts, and building stuff. That was something that never stopped happening. So as I mentioned, my dad worked in the IT industry in support. So we always had computer equipment kicking around the house. We had, half-built computers, pieces here, full computers and whatnot. So that curiosity of how things work naturally took to computers. So I started taking them apart and I started building them and I started, playing with them and playing with the operating system and seeing what I could do. I started connecting to bulletin board systems. I feel like I'm dating myself saying that. But I started doing all sorts of stuff with anything I could do with computers. I had my fingers in. And my parents were very supportive of that interest in computers. And it only got worse or more intense, maybe I should say. So it was a natural extension or a natural pathway to university for me. Although, to be honest with you, I didn't quite know what I wanted to do as I graduated university. And I was lucky. I count myself very lucky. I had a grandfather who was an engineer and had very high esteem for the engineering profession. So they suggested I combine, the engineering field with my passion or my interest in computers, and take a look and see what sort of programs are out there. So took a look around. I was still in OAC when Ontario was still at OAC, and saw that our local university, Carleton University, offered. It was one of the few universities that offered a degree in software engineering. So I applied, I got in, and I went to Carleton University for software engineering. And it was, I'd say, a very natural fit for my interest of building as well as my interest in computers. I really enjoyed my time at university. It was, nonstop problem solving. It was new ideas, new things to learn, and a lot of really interesting problems that I got to solve that I didn't get to, I wasn't exposed to at home. So I got to build stuff all the time. I loved it, absolutely loved it. From there, I graduated and, did what any young man would do. And I took the first job I got, I was offered. And it wasn't in the space industry. It was working for a military contractor. And it wasn't the most exciting job. And I'm happy to say it was nice to be influenced by that or be exposed by that at an early age, because I realized I really wanted to work for a company or an industry that I'm very passionate about. That I could really, stand behind and feel good about, this is something I believe in and that I'm very interested in. So it was good having that exposure to, a company or a type of work that wasn't particularly piquing my interest. So from there, I worked and continued on. I worked at another company that did any manner of anything you could think of copying or plagiarizing, forging. And I got to work traveling around the Caribbean, installing passport systems and border control systems and all sorts of fun stuff. So I got to do all sorts of travel with this next company. But then along came what will end up being my first space company that I worked at. They saw the breadth of work that I had done and offered me a job, and I went to work for them. And this company was called Skywave Mobile Communications. They're they were a small company based in Ottawa, Ontario. They've since been bought by a rather large American conglomerate. And they built satellite terminals that they used and monitored through a satellite system based out of England. Um, and they use these terminals to monitor all sorts of different stuff around the world. So we monitored tuna buoys in the Pacific Ocean. We were tracking cargo trucks in the jungles of Brazil. We had them all over the oil and gas industry to monitor flow rates in the oil pipelines and monitor if any gases were escaping and so on and so forth. So it really allowed, these clients that had these terminals to monitor their stuff from, a world away. And it was a fascinating position because I was working both in space and technology. And it really, really piqued my interest. And it was also a really interesting job. I got to do, some sysadmin work. I got to work with systems. I got to do some software stuff. I got to do a lot of data analysis. So I really had my fingers in a lot of different pies. It was absolutely fascinating. From there, again, I think because of the breadth of work that I had done, I was offered a position for a private defense company in Ottawa called the Edgar Group. So they're one of these companies. I think they're billed as one of the largest defense companies in Ottawa that you've absolutely never heard of. They fly under the radar, but they do a lot of different things, and they're active in a lot of different industries. One of those industries was the space industry, and they were spinning up an R&D team specific to their space group. And I think they liked the fact that I was both a software developer and I had some systems work, and I really had a broad spectrum of skills. So I left and went to work for them. And I had been working there for about 7 years, up until about 8 months ago. And it was a fascinating time, absolutely fascinating time, because I got to work on a whole bunch of kind of, blue sky R&D projects. Just let's try and do this thing that's never been done before. And it was absolutely fascinating. So I got to work on systems that used machine learning to perform ship detections in satellite images from space. I got to work on a project that was developing an augmented reality headset that would provide medical guidance to deep space missions, astronauts, as well as medically isolated communities here on Earth, and a whole host of other R&D space projects. It was an absolutely fascinating time when I was exposed to a really broad spectrum of different space software projects. And then I worked there for about 7 years, and I've since recently moved to GHGSat. And this is where I am today. And I'm getting to work again on absolutely wonderful projects. I have my fingers on cutting edge tools and technology. I work with great people. And I work with a lot of very passionate people who are very passionate about both technology and our planet Earth. So it's an absolutely fascinating mix of people that I get to work with. And I really do feel like I'm making a difference in this world, and for our country and our planet Earth. I've got 3 kids myself, and I really want to try and take the mantra to leave what we use, like they say in camp, leave your space that you used better than when you got there. And I want to try and apply the same mantra to my time here on Earth. So I really do feel like working at this company, GHGSat, I really do feel like I'm making a difference. So that's kind of a glimpse of my journey into the space industry. Like a lot of people, it wasn't a straightforward line. I wasn't, a 6-year-old gazing up at the stars, super, super passionate from a young age, kind of bumbled my way into it. But when I did, get my first job within the space industry, I knew I was hooked. I knew this is where I wanted to be because it was so fascinating. There's so many aspects of this industry there's so many different aspects. It was absolutely wonderful. So that kind of concludes my journey through space in the space industry. I will say that the space industry is an absolutely wonderful and inclusive and varied industry. In the past decade or so, I've worked in so many different roles just within the space software industry that it's kind of impressive how many different things you can do as a software developer in the space industry. And what I really like about the industry, it's really full of passionate people. There's a ton of interesting work. Um, there's, people are really there for the pursuit of knowledge, and a lot of people are there for bettering mankind and our planet Earth. So I can't emphasize enough how interesting I find working in this industry. So if you're interested in working in the space industry, either the software or elsewhere, get out there, be curious, get involved in any capacity, whether it's through co-op programs at your school, whether it's through the local rocketry or CubeSat clubs that some of the schools have. There are hackathons that are specific to space, such as NASA's Space Apps Hackathon. Just get involved, get your fingers in there. And I think one piece of advice that I could offer you is, above all, be curious. Take things apart, put them back together, figure out how things work. Don't settle for assuming how, X object works. Take it apart and see. You'll likely learn a lot and feel better about yourself. Thanks.
Hi, everyone. My name is Vanessa, and I'm here to talk to you a little bit about working in the space industry and growing up rurally. I grew up in a really small town, probably like some of you. And I'm just going to share some slides here and we can get started. All right, so you can see there in the bottom right corner, that's me working at my job at Mission Control in Ottawa, Ontario. And it's pretty fun. We have a big moon yard, which we use for testing our rovers and testing our space software. And it looks like the moon. It's pretty much the most fun adult-sized sandbox you could work in. And, sorry. I mentioned to you that I grew up really rurally. I grew up in a town of 200 people. So it was really small. I got my Skidoo license before I got my driver's license, which probably a lot of you can relate to. And now I'm studying mechanical engineering, which means I get to study the things that move and the things that you can hold in your hands and get to do a lot of fun stuff with space robotics because that's my area of interest. I'm the president of SEDS Canada, which stands for Students for the Exploration and Development of Space. And I'm working in mission operations at Mission Control, which I got through the Zenith Fellowship, which is a fellowship that gives opportunities to diverse students in their undergraduate. And it's a great opportunity. If any of you are in your undergraduate or going to be one day, definitely check it out. So this is where I grew up. This is the farm I grew up on, and you can see us there on the ATV, or in the bottom, that's me skidooing in the winter. And my happy place was the river, and that's actually where I first fell in love with space. I love to go swimming at night. You float on your back in the river. It's all calm and still, and you can see this clear night sky with the stars reflecting down on the water, and it's like you're floating in the stars. And that, I think, is what first sparked my curiosity in space. And from there, it just snowballed. But when I was growing up here, I never saw myself as an engineer. And I didn't ever think I could have a career in space. I really loved it, but there weren't a lot of engineers around me. And I thought maybe I'd go into medicine because I really loved science. But then I realized I really love building things. When you live in the country, You can't just go to the store and buy a woodshed. You have to build the woodshed yourself. If something breaks, it's up to you to fix it. So I always grew up building things and really liked getting hands-on. Even as a really little kid, my favorite thing to do was to build forts. So in grade 12, I got the opportunity to play around with some robotics, and that just became my love. I decided, yes, I want to go to school for mechanical engineering and do robotics. And space robotics is an amazing opportunity in Canada because we have a really strong space robotics interest, our space robotics industry, which tied my two interests together of robotics and space. So it was perfect. So what am I doing now? Well, what was my journey? So when I got into undergrad, on the far left, you can see a heart and some wires and some robots. That's a cardiac catheter robot, which means it's a robot that does heart surgery. And that was a really cool experience to get into, working on a professional robotics problem under a professor and doing research and getting to get hands-on with some mechanical research with coatings, electrical wiring, some coding. I loved it. It just confirmed my thought that, yes, I want to do robotics. Then I got involved with my school's Mars rover team, and I finally got to work on space robotics. That's me in the center with our Mars rover. And I took the machining shop course at my university so I could make parts for the rover. And that was the best decision I ever made. I got to get hands-on with the lathe and the mill and the saws. And then that's me down there in the bottom right at my job this summer. I'm working at Mission Control as a mission operations engineer. So I get to do mechanical design. I get to do science research about lunar dust. I get to work on simulated missions and work on the mission operations for missions that are actually going to the moon. So I wanted to give you a little bit of advice. How could you plan your trajectory to get to where you want to go, whether you want to work in the space industry or you're just trying to figure out whatever you want to work out? So my first advice is seek out new challenges. You don't know if you like it if you don't try it. I never thought I would work in robotics until I tried robotics and I loved it. So try that thing that you're not sure about, and the harder it is, the more you're going to learn. So don't be afraid of trying the hard things. My second piece of advice is try and find people who are on the same journey as you, whether they're peers or friends who also love the things you love, or if it's a mentor, that someone you can look up to that's a couple steps farther on your journey than you. You can reach out to people like me or some of the other speakers today, and they'll probably be really happy to help you. And my third piece of advice is to advocate for yourself. A lot of people don't understand how hard it can be to find opportunities when you live rurally. They don't understand that your high school didn't have a robotics team, or for instance, my high school didn't even offer grade 12 physics because we didn't have enough students. So you need to tell people what you're up against, and so that they can help you, so that they understand what you've overcome to get there. So one of the ways you can find new opportunities and challenges and get involved is through joining some of these student initiatives. So I mentioned that I'm the president of SEDS Canada, and these are some of the things that we're offering at SEDS Canada this year that you could take part in. Some of these things are free, some of them cost money, some are virtual, and some are in person. So the first thing I want to highlight is right in the center. That's the Canadian Space Conference. It's happening in Montreal this year on January 28th to 29th, but you can also join virtually. So that might be a really good option if you can't get to Montreal. If you're in your undergraduate, on the left here, we have our research projects. You can fly in parabolic flight and reduce gravity, send a payload into the stratosphere on our stratospheric balloon experiment, or we also have a young entrepreneurs competition, which is a space business competition. So all of these are opening very soon in the fall. So you can check out seds.ca to apply. We also have NASA Space Apps, which the speaker before me also mentioned, as October 1st to 2nd. And some of these are in person and some of them are online. And if it's online, you can join no matter where you are, whether it's your city or not. We also have our SGAC webinars, which are online, where you get to hear from space professionals kind of like this. We have Acton Space Challenge, which is very similar to NASA Space Apps, November 18th to 19th. And we have a really exciting panel coming up on September 24th with space professionals from both Canada and from Nepal for a speakers panel on the space industry, which is really cool because you get to hear a really global perspective on the space industry. So I hope to see some of you at those things. Another really great way to get involved is to volunteer at SETS Canada. And even if you're in high school, we have some amazing high school students who volunteer with us. So you should check that out. To finish it off, what pieces of advice would I give? First of all, your path doesn't need to be straight. There's not that many straight paths in space. There's a lot of elliptical orbits, a lot of really interesting trajectories to slingshot around planets to get to where you're going. And your career path can be like that too. I got sick after high school with Lyme disease, and that's not something I planned. I ended up having to go through treatment for it and started university later in life. But I think that's really benefited me because I have more maturity and more perspective to take into my studies. So even if you decide to change courses and try studying something and then switch to studying something different, if you work and then go to school, no matter which way you take to your career, it can be really valuable and can be really successful. So don't feel the pressure to be straight like an arrow. Also get involved in a community, whether that's at SEDS Canada or through your local community. Try and find people who also have the goals you have and are passionate. And find a mentor. Reach out to people like me or the other speakers or someone else you admire and say, hey, can you offer me some advice? I have these questions. And also, there are people looking to help you. When I was in high school, I did not know how I was going to pay for university. I didn't grow up with a lot of money. And I was working during high school trying to save, and it was really hard. And I treated scholarship essays like a part-time job, and it was really to my benefit. That's how I ended up paying for university through scholarships. So I would encourage you to apply to scholarships and not to give up hope that you can do it. You can get there. There is people out there who want to help you. And my last piece of advice is get hands-on, get dirty, try building it, fail, take it apart, do it again. When I made my first robot, I think I made it 8 times. And it wouldn't work. I'd done it really badly. I took it apart. I tried again. And that was the best learning experience. And that's when I fell in love with it. So try to enjoy that process of figuring it out because that's where all the value is. That's it for me. This is where you can find me on social media if you have questions later, but also if you have questions now, I'd love to help. And you can also follow SEDS Canada on social media so you see those opportunities I was telling you about. And I wish you the best of luck in figuring out your way either to the space industry or whatever space industry you want to work on. If you have any questions, feel free to put them in the chat. But also, if you think of them later, that's fine too, and feel free to reach out. Thank you so much for having me. All right. Well, I loved being here. It was an honor. Hello from Columbia and Colorado, and thank you so much.
Well, hi everybody. Excuse me. Thank you so much for having me. I'm really really excited to be here. My name is Lindsay Yazzolino, and I've been asked to come here to discuss accessibility of working in the sciences of science accessibility for different individuals, particularly those with disabilities, as well as to talk a little bit about my own career, my own experiences working in the sciences as someone who's blind, and what that's been like and how that shaped my career direction and some of the stuff that I'm doing that I find to be pretty cool. So just to kind of get started. So I am, I grew up in the US. I still live in the US. I grew up in Issaquah, Washington, which is close to Seattle. And I had a pretty normal childhood. Have younger brother and my parents, and always grew up doing a lot of different things, a lot of outdoor stuff, a lot of, going different places, going camping and fishing and skiing and all these different things. I've always been totally blind. And for me, that was just always a very normal part of my life. My family always treated me very normally, I would say. It was always expected that I would do everything that I could do. There was no reason for me to be afraid of things or to not do things just because I couldn't see. So that's all to say that I also had a very positive experience going to school. I went to public school. I always loved math and science. So ever since I was taking math class, I enjoyed it. And then once it was time to actually have like legit science class in middle school, I was like, yes, this is me. This is amazing. We get to like spend, an hour a day just doing science. It's awesome. So I always loved science. I always did well in science, in various kinds of sciences. The hardest thing for me to try and figure out was what type of science I actually wanted to do. That's still a hard thing for me to decide because there's so many different cool types of science. So when I went to college, I went to Brown University, and at that point, I started taking cognitive science classes. And I thought, wow, like this is really cool. I get to learn about the brain. I get to learn like about all the different types of things that we do, how we use language and cognition, and how we memorize things, and how we conceptualize things in the world, and what happens in our brain when we're doing all these different things. So I knew at that point that that was what I wanted to do. I ended up working at a lab at MIT, and I was working with a researcher who was studying how blindness shapes the brain. And I actually started doing that because I participated in a study like as a subject, and I was doing the study. I'm like, oh my! I was listening. I was lying in an MRI scanner, getting my brain, taken, uh, getting pictures of my brain taken essentially, and thinking like, wow, I need to get involved in this research. So I started doing that. Which led to me studying cognition working in cognition research for the next few years. And it was a really fascinating opportunity because I got to do science, but and at the same time, I got to use my experience being blind as a way to help to shape the studies, as a way of asking questions, of helping my colleagues ask the right questions, helping them to understand blindness and the kinds of experiences we have in life as blind people. And so that we would be asking good questions and not just like taking stabs in the dark and asking the kinds of questions that maybe people might think blind people, would be relevant to blind people, but really are not. So I did that for a few years, and then I ended up realizing like I wanted to do more hands-on stuff. So I ended up going into public transit accessibility, working at the public transit system here in Boston, and I did that for a while. And after a couple of years of that, it led me to realize that I really wanted to do more. I wanted to get back into doing work related to science, but I wanted it to still be more hands-on, and I wanted to really help make science experiences and all kinds of other non-STEM experiences too more interesting for more people. And that leads me to what I'm about to talk about, which is some of the work I've done to make this stuff more accessible. So I was doing consulting work for a while, and I still do. I one of the main projects I worked with was with a company called Touch Graphics, and this company makes all kinds of interactive, talking, tactile objects. So all kinds of cool hands-on experiences that are accessible to blind people, but also meant to be usable by anybody. Anybody who has working finger pads can enjoy this experience. So for instance, one of the projects that we were working on was very much relevant to what the work I actually was doing in neuroscience. So we've done a lot of work with museums because that's one area where accessibility can be massively improved. So I can tell you from experience, growing up, I went to so many museums where like I would literally just have my hands like on a glass case and I'd be hearing people like, "Ooh, this is so cool." And I'm like, no, this is not cool. This is really boring. So, the idea is to change that and make museums more really engaging for everybody. And one way of doing that is by making more of the content tactile and more hands-on. So this one museum that we worked with is the National Museum of Health and Medicine. And they have all kinds of really interesting museum in Silver Spring, Maryland. And they have all kinds of interesting specimens. They have like organs that people can, that are plastinated, that are like preserved in plastic essentially. And you can actually touch them and they look like what they used to be, but they feel very plasticky, hence plastination. They have all kinds of skeletons and body, organs and different like old medical, like old prosthetics and all kinds of equipment and different medical artifacts. But a lot of those are not accessible. A lot of them are behind glass. And what they really wanted was for us to make them a model of the human brain. So a human brain model that people could touch. So what we did is we made this model, and it ended up being a enlarged version of the human brain, and half of the brain was cut away so that you could feel the internal parts of the brain, and then you could also feel the outer lobes on one of the hemispheres. So, but what's really cool about it is not only could you touch these different parts of the brain, you could also as you touch them, there were sensors embedded in the model. So as you touch the different sections of the brain, it would actually announce exactly what you're touching. So it's like frontal lobe, parietal lobe, fornix, medulla, all these different components. And then if we needed to, we could program it to do even more. We could have it so that if you tap a section of the brain and then you tap the same part of the brain again, it would actually could give you more information about the function of that part of the brain. So that's one example of a museum exhibit. We've done other museum exhibits at the Shedd Aquarium. We have a talking penguin and a talking seahorse that uses similar technology where you can touch it and again it will talk. We've done a lot of stuff even in different kinds of museums. We've done a lot with the Smithsonian. We have a talking tactile model of the Smithsonian that you touch the different buildings and it will tell you, it'll give you information about the different buildings. But then you can also, as you're touching it, you can get a sense of the different shapes of the buildings, which I would have had no idea, given that I can't see them. So having tactile models can be really cool for anybody, and particularly if you can't see the actual place where you're standing, you can get a really kind of quick overview, a quick sort of glimpse at what these buildings actually are shaped like and where they're positioned and all that kind of stuff. So that's the specifically some of the museum stuff we've done. Also, I've done a lot. So, science, I've done science as a career, but I'm also like a really firm believer in, like others have said here, just really being curious and pursuing passions and, pursuing scientific, if you are interested, whether it's scientific or otherwise, like even if it's not the field you're studying, like go for it. Go reach out to experts and go like learn about different stuff. So one example of that is growing up, I've always been really fascinated by bats. Like always, like bats have always been my favorite animal. And, life happened and I never really got to pursue like work with bats. I never really like studied bats and, professionally, formally. But a couple years ago, I was going through sort of a period, a few years ago now, I was going through a period of transition with work and kind of figuring out what I want to do. And I realized I was like, oh, you know what? Like, I was in a conference in Austin, Texas, and they're really famous for the bat bridge, where like there's this bridge and there's like 1.5 million bats that live under this bridge. And at night, people go to watch all the bats emerge from the bridge. And I'm like, you know what? This is my time to study bats. So I reached out and I got involved in a citizen science project here in Boston. Studying bats and looking at how they were doing this project where we literally walked around the cemetery at night looking for bats and listening for bat calls. We had these special acoustic detectors that pick up the bat echolocation calls, and you need these special detectors because they're super high pitched. Bat calls are super high pitched. Humans can't really hear them normally, and so you use this detector, it picks up the call, and then it converts it into frequencies that humans can hear. So all this to say, as I'm doing this bat research, I'm like, how can we make bats more accessible? Like, how can, and other types of animal, if blind people are like wanting to learn more about animals, or anyone wants to learn more about animals, especially ones that we can't usually touch. So we actually made some bat models with touch graphics. We made a bat model that you can put on a tablet, and as you touch the different parts of the bat, it would actually talk about bats and different facts about bats. And that was one sort of prototype. And I hope as I continue doing more research to make more different kinds of bat species models, so that they can be more accessible and to anybody who wants them. Also, I eventually went to Texas and I got to pet bats, and that was amazing because I've always wanted to pet a bat. So I got to pet lots of bats and it was super cool. So that citizen science project led me to really learn more about citizen science in general, and really think about, how can we make science more accessible to people? Because one of the challenges like I faced as an adult, I was super fortunate at, like being blind and going into being in school and being in college and all of that, I was surrounded by people who believed in me. I didn't have to deal with like people saying, oh no, you can't do science, like blind people can't do that, which a lot of people unfortunately do. And so I was really lucky to have a lot of great experiences. That being said, once I was done with school, it was hard to kind of get the materials I needed. So like if I was in class, for instance, and I was studying something, I could, they had the college had money to like make sure that my books were in Braille, or that, if I needed tactile images of things, that those were made for me. But as an adult, I unfortunately don't have like, I haven't been able to hire my own, like one of my dreams would be to hire a team of people to make tactile graphics and models. Like that would be amazing. But in the meantime, that it is a little tricky to do. It is a challenge. And one area of that, where things could be improved is citizen science research. So say you're an adult or a kid and you like want to participate in science. Citizen science is one way of doing that, where you can get involved in science projects that gathering data that is actually helping other scientists. but even if you're not a professional scientist, you can still be instrumental in participating in science. There was one bat-related project online that I wanted to participate in for classifying bat calls, but I couldn't because it was totally visual. And I was like, well, man, this sucks. Like, how can we make more of this stuff work? So this kind of brings me to some of the space-related research that I space-related accessibility projects that I've been involved in. So I've been working with a group called Arissa Lab, and their goal is to create citizen science projects for gathering data about eclipses, and just in more generally developing projects to facilitate, to enhance and to improve accessibility in space science. So this particular project we're working on now is to create kits that people can use to gather auditory data from solar eclipses. And the idea is that people can, put these special recorders out and gather nature sound data. But the idea is to make all of this accessible. So a blind person, a blind student or adult can get this kit, open the box, not need any sighted assistance, reading directions, but I just have this whole thing be totally accessible, where you open it up, you start looking at the, materials, you set it up yourself, and, you can independently participate in science. And that's just one of many, many, many examples of how space science can be, accessible, how astronomy can be accessible. There's a lot of other research that can be done for instance, making tactile diagrams of stars and different phenomena in space, and then also, of course, to create accessible, for people who are more advanced, who are actually, astronomers or astrophysicists, or, having advanced careers in space, ways of perceiving data and visualizing data and all of that. So there's a ton of work still to be done. And that brings me to a really exciting development in my life, which I just learned about, which is that I just got accepted to be an ambassador for Mission Astro Access. And this project is the whole thing is really cool. First of all, I'm going to be working alongside 14 other ambassadors, and all of us have disabilities, different disabilities, and we're all going to be going on a zero gravity parabolic flight in the next few months, which is super, super exciting. I love air travel. I love, obviously space is cool, and also air travel for me has always been really fascinating. I'm always going on airplanes, and when there's turbulence, everyone's like, ah, and I'm like, ooh, more, turbulence is fun. And I love, amusement park rides. I love rides at Spin. I've always wondered what it would be like to be in zero gravity. So obviously, this is super cool. But beyond that, the mission of this trip, and the trip before it, and future trips. Also, sorry for the loud background noise outside my window. But the mission of this trip is to figure out ways to make space travel accessible. So it's not just to send people with disabilities out into zero gravity, which on its own is already cool. But the idea is thinking about how can we ensure that more people can actually participate in space exploration. The way I see it is there's no reason that blind people can't participate, and if anything, we have perspectives that could be really beneficial to space travel. But it's super important that as spacecraft are designed and just the whole experience is designed, that it's designed to be accessible, and that we're part of that process. There's still so much to be discovered about how to make space travel accessible. We're just scratching the surface, and it's super, super exciting to move forward and start doing experiments, thinking about things like, how can we mark the walls of a spacecraft to make sure that a blind person knows which way is up and down, and which way is the front of the plane and which way is the back, and just all these different kinds of questions for orientation or moving around in a zero gravity environment. And I've always been curious, like I've never gotten motion sick, or some certain blind people less likely to get motion sick. And that's just from a blindness perspective, but we have other people with various disabilities. We have people with motor disabilities. We also have deaf individuals, and we're all going to be participating and answering a whole bunch of interesting questions about traveling in space. So thank you so much. I welcome any questions. I'd love to, hear any questions that you might have. Yeah, I mean, I think it's really interesting it's been interesting to get to this point. Like everyone else has said, career paths can be very circuitous, not straight. And I am really grateful for that. And I wish you guys all the best of success, just being curious and exploring, and exploring the direction that life is going to take you.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Can you all hear me? Oh, great news. Hi, everyone. My name is Ramsey Masri. I'm a government affairs associate with Virgin Galactic. It's a pleasure to be here, and it's a pleasure to be able to speak to this incredible festival. And I want to thank the Stardust Alliance and for everybody putting this together. It's truly an honor to be here, and I'm excited to share my story as to how I got into the space industry. And I hope to answer any questions that you may have about some of the things that we're going to cover today, and would love to be a resource to anybody moving forward. So with that, I'll pull up my presentation here. One second, apologies. Here we are. Well, it looks like the slide is a little too big. I had a couple videos in there to talk about Virgin Galactic and to show you some of the flight profile and the different vehicles. But thankfully, I have a model here that I will use. But before I do that, I'll dive into just a little bit of background as to who I am. Oh, I can share the screen. Look at that. That's perfect. Apologies. I'm still getting used to the StreamYard. Now pull that up. Great. All right. I hope everybody can see this, and I hope it's the right slide that you're able to see. And I'm just going to pull up the. Look at that. That's just great, isn't it? Apologies for that. So I see. 1 second. Technical difficulty with the. I'm going to stop sharing here, and then. And then I'm just going to give it one more try here. Let's pull this up. Let's do this. Perfect. Got it. All right. How is that? Can you all see the presentation? Wonderful. Great. So I found this really cool PowerPoint slide, and it's quite something, actually. PowerPoint has come a long way. So I titled my presentation "The Pursuit of a Galactic Career," just to talk about my path to Virgin Galactic and some of the inspirations that I've found along the way, as well as lessons. To lay out the flow of slides, talk about my origin story first, provide an overview of Virgin Galactic, what it's like working for an astronaut, and the role of a government affairs associate, and take any questions that you all may have. I was born in Beirut, Lebanon, and I actually don't know what year, either 1994 or 1995. We don't have the documentation, so that that was always a hassle growing up, especially when I was turning 16 and couldn't drive a car, but all my friends could, or turning 21. In 2001, my family and I immigrated to Detroit, Michigan. Just outside of Detroit, there is a city by the name of Dearborn that has the highest population of Arabs outside of the Middle East. So naturally, that was a place that we decided together. When I was learning English before I came to the U.S., or in the beginning while I was in the United States, I could only speak Arabic, and I had to learn English, and I had to learn it pretty quickly. I actually got held back for a year because I didn't know English and couldn't really understand anything, and thankfully I did, because that helped me grow and perfect my English to where it's at today. In the process of learning English, I developed a really hard stutter, and I'm not entirely sure why. Maybe I was just trying to find my place, in a new community, in a new country, in a new culture, as well as transitioning and getting my vocal muscles used to a new language. So I developed a stutter, and unfortunately, the one letter that I had a really hard time pronouncing was R, and that was unfortunate because my name starts with an R, and whenever anybody asked what my name was, it would just be a letter I couldn't get out. Then in 2006, I had that stutter up until about 2006, when I was in 6th grade, and I went to Mr. Vandenbosch's science class. And it was about a month into the school year, and Mr. Van den Bosch put on JFK's moon speech. And a lot of people in the industry talk about the moment that got them interested in space. To me, that happened in Mr. Van den Bosch's class in 2006 when he put on JFK's moon speech, because as somebody who had an extreme stutter, being able to see somebody talk eloquently about space, that was such an interesting topic and so inspiring. It really motivated me, one, to not only get rid of my stutter and to be able to speak better, but to get into the space industry and learn as much as I can about it. And from there, for 3 years after that, I worked very hard to get over that stutter by taking language therapy classes, breathing techniques, tricks to jump on a word, whether that was starting every word that started with an R by putting an A in front of it, because then you could jump onto the letter. So for the next 2 years, I became known as R. Ramsey instead of Ramsey. And that, thankfully by high school, my stutter went away and I was able to really start focusing on my education, which led me to Michigan State University. And I got my degree in international relations, became really interested in legal frameworks, legal mechanisms, and just the legal education. So I went to Wayne State University, and there I found an interest in policy work, especially from a legal angle. So I interned with the U.S. Senate Permanent Subcommittee on Investigations. If some of you have seen the second Godfather movie, that is the committee that Robert Kennedy was on. And we did some incredible work there, looking at a lot of different issues and gaps in some laws and coming up with solutions to figure those out. While I was there, it was the summer I was there in 2019. It was the 50th anniversary of the Apollo landing, and NASA had a big event on the Hill. And I went to that event and happened to meet the former chief of staff of NASA, Janet Karika. And as a matter of fact, right next door in the office behind that wall is Kathleen Karika, who is Janet's daughter and also now a colleague. And Janet was the one who told me about space law. Up until then, I didn't really know what a space lawyer was or what space law even was. And I was very, very interested in pursuing a specialization in space law. So I decided to transfer to Georgetown University Law Center, which is one of the few places that teach space law. And from there, I found a couple mentors that have been essential to my development, both on an educational and a professional way. And that is Karen Chenoweth, who's the VP of Government Affairs at Relativity, who is doing incredible stuff and 3D manufacturing rockets, as well as Stephen Mermina, who's over at NASA, who is an incredible legal scholar. And while I was at Georgetown, I was a law clerk for the Office of Information and Regulatory Affairs, or it's known as OIRA for short. OIRA plays a very critical role in that when agencies develop regulations saying, for instance, every car has to have a seatbelt, that regulation has the weight and effect of law. And to ensure that regulations are in line with the president's agenda, they go through the Office of Information and Regulatory Affairs. So while I was there, I had the great opportunity to work on a regulation that was proposed by NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, with regards to how companies that take photos of Earth from space are able to use that data and who can they use it with. And that gave me a lot of great insight into the process that goes into regulating space. After law school, I graduated law school in the middle of the coronavirus pandemic, and that was tough to find a job. So in the meantime, while I was studying for the bar to get my license to be a practicing attorney, I was a legal intern for the House of Representatives Select Subcommittee on the Coronavirus Crisis. And in that role, I was on the corporate and finance team, and we were essentially in charge of overseeing $2.1 trillion in economic relief that was sent to businesses and people all over the United States, and trying to make sure that it was getting to the people who needed it most in underserved communities, and also just investigating any inefficiencies or gaps, and trying to make sure that we could fill that as quickly as possible. All of the skills that I learned in my professional experiences have been critical in my role as a government affairs. And after, and I think probably I should have included it into my professional experience, because I really look back at it as an incredibly valuable experience. After the Select Subcommittee, it was still in the middle of the pandemic. It was the first winter after the pandemic, and it was very hard to find a job. And I was very stubborn and didn't want to work in any other firm or company that wasn't space related, because I had a hunch that if I did that, I would be stuck there and I wouldn't be able to transition to a space company. So I DoorDashed for about 4 months, and just delivering food and listening to more podcasts that you can imagine, until I was able to apply to Virgin Galactic. And once I did, I leveraged all of my personal relationships and networks, as well as professional, to make sure that the people in charge of hiring, who are now my superiors in the company and my boss, knew about me and saw my name as often as they could. Thankfully, I was selected and got hired to Virgin Galactic as a government affairs associate back in April of 2021. So I've been with the company for about a year and 6 months, if I'm doing my math correctly. And it has been an incredible experience. And within 3 months, or actually 4 months of me starting my job, my boss, Surisha Bandla, who's the vice president of government affairs, actually, went up to space during our Unity 22 flight with Sir Richard Branson. And I'll talk about that a little bit more, and I'll show you a clip of that as well. So let's dive into Virgin Galactic and what that is. So Virgin Galactic is an aerospace company and a space line. I wanted to give you an overview of where we are. We have our manufacturing facility in Mojave, California, which that's a photo of the hangar. This is our VSS Unity, and this vehicle here that's brown, and this photo not completed is VSS Imagine, which now looks like this. It's an incredibly beautiful vehicle. It's very slick, has a great design. We recently announced that we are opening another manufacturing facility in Mesa, Arizona. And that's going to be the location where we build our fleet of spaceships, especially our Delta class fleet, which is going to have a quicker turnaround time, meaning we're going to be able to go to space, come back, do all the necessary maintenance and checks, and then go back up to space quicker. Yesterday, as a matter of fact, we announced that we secured land to build our astronaut campus, which is where our future astronauts will go to train for flight, as well as stay for several days before their flight from Spaceport America, which is our commercial operations headquarters in New Mexico. It's an incredibly beautiful building, has a very, very unique design, and it is actually the first commercial spaceport that was ever built. So we've been there for a while now, and that's where we're going to be flying out of. It's an incredible location just because of where it is. It's located adjacent to the White Sands Missile Range, which has restricted airspace. So we're not going to be, whenever we do conduct flights, we don't interfere with airspace traffic, or airspace traffic also doesn't interfere with us. And it's also a beautiful view to see, as you'll see in the coming photos, because when you're at space at apogee, when you look down, you see what has been described by Beth Moses, who's the head of our astronaut training. She has described it as looking at the pearls of Earth because of the White Sands at the White Sands Missile Range. So it's an incredible location, and I hope that everyone is able to visit it at some point. So just a little bit about our vehicle. We have a mothership and a spaceship. The fuselage, the dual fuselage plane that you see here is our mothership. It's a high altitude, high performance jet aircraft. It can carry a lot of weight, and it's our carrier craft for our spaceship, which is in the middle here. The mothership flies to about 50,000 feet and drops the spaceship, which is a suborbital space plane, and it's designed to safely and routinely transport people and payloads to suborbital space and back. And it can carry a crew of 6 with 2 pilots, up to 6 astronauts, or several research experiments. So it's a very unique flight system, especially in the industry, and it utilizes a horizontal launch capability, which saves a lot of fuel. And the spaceship already has speed when it's released, so it has a lot of great advantages. To give you an overview of our flight profile, on the bottom left, you'll see the release. When spaceship is released, the rocket motor is ignited, and the pilots pull the stick up, and the spaceship goes up to space. When it gets near apogee, what's really unique about our vehicle is that the wings, or what we call the booms, actually come up. So you can almost think of like Batman. And it does a backflip in space, essentially, which provides our astronauts and crew an incredible view of space, and does that flip and comes back down with the wings up. And that, by having the wings up, it actually allows us to come back, on our belly, and it gives us a lot more control in that thin atmosphere that high up. And when it comes back, it just glides back to the spaceport. So it's an incredible view, especially when you're coming back. You're able to sit and look out the window and see some incredible sights. So what do we offer? We offer 3 things. We can train professional astronauts with our vehicle. We also do a lot of research experiment, microgravity research experiment, and we also will be sending up future astronauts for a private astronaut experience. And we truly believe that being able to go to space and to see space and to see Earth from space will have a transformational effect on the people who are lucky enough to do that, as seeing Earth from space changes your perspective as not just an individual, but part of a collective. And it's one of the core aspects of Virgin Galactic is being able to open space up for all. So actually, the first ticket that was ever given was given by Sir Richard Branson to Dr. Stephen Hawking. He had the first ticket to go up to space, and unfortunately, he passed before then. But that's really at the crux of our mission, is being able to open access to space, and using space for the benefit of all. One of the cool things that I really enjoy talking about is our suborbital microgravity research platform. The photo on the left actually is my boss in space, and our platform is able to provide research payloads as well as human-tended payloads, and we're able to fly a variety of experiments that range across several fascinating disciplines. And what's really interesting is, in space, the things that we knew, how they acted, essentially completely change. Like, for instance, a flame in space is just a perfect sphere, whereas on Earth it has, it's elongated. And plants act differently up in space. Our bodies act differently up in space. Almost all aspects of the science disciplines and subjects act differently when there isn't any gravity, which has been leading to some fascinating discoveries. One was a cold flame, and back in the 1800s, mathematicians essentially came up with math that basically said that you could theoretically have a cold flame, a combustion that is not hot by how we understand it. And on the International Space Station, there was a team conducting a combustion experiment, and they had an infrared camera that was recording the combustion and process. And then they turned off the combustion, but they forgot to turn off the infrared camera, and they accidentally discovered on the infrared camera actually the cold flame that was being discussed, more than a century ago. That's just but one of the very fascinating experiments being done. And just to quickly talk about the experiment that my boss did when she was in space. In this pouch that you see here are several tubes. Within that tube is a fluid and a plant. At different phases of flight, Sarisha would release the fluid that would essentially freeze the genetic expression of the microgreen at that time. So she had several of them and would release them throughout the flight. And the whole purpose of that was to capture how microplants and express genes in harsh environment, with the thinking that if we're able to understand what genes help a plant survive in a harsher condition, and that can be used, as climate change worsens and as more places become inhospitable. So it's a fascinating discovery, and a lot of the space-based research has an immense amount of Earth-based applications. So this is the video, and I hope it's not going to be too loud. Please let me know if it's too loud, but I just wanted to share the video of our Unity 22 flight because it's quite fascinating. And please let me know if you can or can't hear it. Thank you. So this is the boost phase of the flight, where the spaceship is pitching up. And you'll see the booms come up.
Welcome to Oasis, your clear to start.
So that was a video. I always get goosebumps watching that video. This is my boss doing flips up in space. It's really cool. Yeah, that's Virgin Galactic. Quick overview on that, and now I wanted to chat about just what is the role of a government affairs associate and just the department in general. And it's really unique, I think, in the space industry, because space policy and law have four layers to them. At the biggest layer is international organizations, with organizations like the the United Nations. COPIUS is the Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space. UNITER is the UN Institute for Disarmament Research. Both have a role to play in creating the international space policy. The International Astronautical Federation, IAF, is essentially the international association for experts in the space field, whether to talk about new ideas or lessons learned or policy. IAF is very helpful in getting the global space industry together to share ideas and to discuss and deliberate. Space law started on the international level. It started with the Outer Space Treaty of 1967, and that created the foundation that the federal, state, and local governments, essentially, more specifically, the federal government acts when it comes up with space law and policy. Oftentimes, if you ever read the legislation for space law in Title 51 in the United States Code, for instance, you'll find a lot of the language from the Outer Space Treaty is incorporated in there, and it plays a critical role in that foundation. After the Outer Space Treaty, there were 4 other treaties that essentially expand more on the specific provisions within the Outer Space Treaty, like the Liability Convention. Who is liable, right? Who has to pay if somebody causes damages to somebody else's spacecraft? And the Astronaut Rescue and Return Agreement. If somebody's in distress in space, what are the obligations of the other states who are nearby to help out? Or what happens if an astronaut lands in a state they weren't supposed to land in? So there's a lot of very unique provisions in the outer space treaties. And there's also a lot of gaps that are still being worked out. On a government affairs level, and this is applicable to all, is engaging with the relevant stakeholders, the staff members, the delegates, the representatives on each of these levels, and to create that relationship, to have that policy discussion, to voice any concerns or to advocate for a certain policy path, to weigh the pros and cons of how to go about any given issue. On the federal government, that's done mainly through the legislative and executive. In the United States, we have 3 branches. They're separate but equal: the legislative, executive, and the judicial. On the legislative end, we have Congress, and within Congress, members are split into different committees that deal with different subjects. So for space, we deal with the House of Representatives Science Committee, or the House Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, to talk about the policy, because that's where essentially it starts within the legislature. On the federal level, with executives, we work with agencies to make sure that we're compliant, with NASA on research payloads, and with other relevant departments as well as like the National Space Council, for instance, to help and provide our input on the policy direction, because the executive in the United States is charged with carrying out the laws that Congress passes. On the state level, you're working with, similar to the federal government, you're working with the representatives of the state legislature. That is also split up into the committees of jurisdiction that have certain that cover a certain subject matter. You also work with the relevant state agencies and departments. And for example, in New Mexico, right, Spaceport America, which is where we launch out of, that is run by the New Mexico Spaceport Authority, which is a state agency. So we work with them often, on a daily basis to coordinate there. And then on a local government level, you work with the city mayors and councilors for where your company has a presence in. So for us, it stretches into California, Arizona, and into New Mexico. And then you also work with the county commissioners as well. So you try to engage as a government affairs, in a government affairs role, you try to engage all levels of relevant stakeholders to have those informed discussions and to advocate for your company and for the broader policy picture as well. So that's really just a quick overview of the government affairs role, and I'm happy to answer any questions related to this or any other parts of the slide. And that is the presentation. I hope you liked it. Please let me know if you have any questions. I'm happy to answer any questions anyone has. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Appreciate it. Understood. Are there any questions? What was the largest? So the question is, what was the largest obstacle, and how did you overcome it? I think in my journey. That's a great question. I think trying to stay, making sure that I remained interested and passionate and determined to find a job in the space industry. For a while I was door dashing, it was like, all right, at some point, if something doesn't come up soon, might have to go get another job. And that was definitely the pressure I was getting from my parents, who were sick of seeing me on their couch. I guess that was a hard thing. But one of the things that I did to ensure that I stayed involved and that I stayed fresh and up to date on the space issues was I actually helped my space law professors in writing a textbook on space law, which will be published this year. That was an enormous task. It was an incredible opportunity to learn from my mentors, to write with them, and to research some really fascinating topics, especially in the space industry, as just because things develop so quickly. And policy, 5 years ago is completely different than the policy now. So that was a large obstacle, was finding a job. But I tried my hardest and tried to find ways, friends and mentors, to keep me honest and to keep me determined to find a job. One other thing I did is reach out to everybody in the industry. I would email blast, anybody that had a title anywhere, to see if they would take 15, 20 minutes for coffee in the morning, lunch in the afternoon, or just a Zoom call to hear from them and develop the network and hear their advice. Thank you for the question. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you for having me, and have a great another 3 days for the festival. And I really appreciate it. Thank you all.
Hello.
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 I understand the struggle.
We'll just wait. No worries. For anyone, if you're watching at home, we're just waiting for some audio help. So bear with us.
can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Oh, awesome. Okay, so the camera doesn't seem to be working, but at least I can talk now. Okay, yeah, I think we're gonna go with this.
I'm just gonna try
Okay.
integrated.
I'm gonna try one more thing. Oh, it works. Okay, this is great. Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay. Hi, everyone.
Hi.
Sorry
Hello.
for that delay. Okay, so let's just get started on the panel. So, this is all about youth opportunities and how students in Canada can get involved in space. And I am so excited to have companies that I've heard of, organizations I think I've heard of all three of you, and I've even interviewed Hira separately on my own podcast. So very excited to talk with all of you today. So my name is Gitika Gorthy, and I'm the founder and CEO of Ignited Thinkers, which is a nonprofit organization to spread space education to all students. And realizing we all have the same missions and same goals, I'm very excited to talk with all of you today. So could we all start off by maybe introducing ourselves, our role, the organization we're representing today, as well as some of the initiatives your companies or organizations have to support students in Canada? Maybe Vanessa could start us off.
Yeah, sure. I'd love to. So, hi, I'm Vanessa Van Decker. I'm a mechanical engineering student and the president of SEDS Canada. So, I'm here today representing SEDS Canada, which stands for Students for the Exploration and Development of Space. I'm also an intern at Mission Control, working in mission operations, and a Zenith Fellow, which Hera is going to tell you more about.
Awesome. Thank you. And Hira?
Sure. So I'm the president and co-founder of the Zenith Canada Pathways Foundation. And I'll talk a bit about that in a second. But on the side, I'm also a graduate student at the Western Institute for Earth and Space Exploration, completing my electrical and computer engineering master's with a collaborative specialization in planetary science. And I'm also a MyTax intern at Mission Control. So it's really fun that I get to interact with Vanessa more. But yeah, the Zenith Canada Pathways Foundation has delivered the Zenith Fellowship Program here in Canada, which is modeled after some successful programs in the US for underrepresented groups in the space industry in Canada. So we'll talk more about that, I'm sure.
Yes, that's so exciting. I absolutely love your program. It reminds me of Brooke Owens and the Patty Grace Fellowship, and they are very successful programs here in the U.S. So I'm glad you're really taking the initiative to broaden that, which we'll talk about more. And last but certainly not least, Brian.
Hello. Thank you so much for having me. It's always great to hear from other young space enthusiasts throughout Canada and the world. It's always very inspiring. So thank you for having me here. My name's Bryn Orthlashly, and I'm the national point of contact for Canada for the Space Generation Advisory Council, which is essentially an organization and network that is working to bring young voices to the global discussion on the development of space. And we do that through the engagement of various bodies like the United Nations, space agencies, industries, and academia, along with organizations such as SEDS Canada and the Zenith Foundation. So really excited to be speaking with people that we get to collaborate with on a regular basis. Beyond that, I'm also the team lead for satellite operations and service delivery at GHGSat, which is a company that monitors greenhouse gas emissions from space using small sat technologies. So a pleasure to meet you all and really looking forward to our discussion.
Yeah, wow, this is so exciting just to see young professionals, really taking on the aerospace industry and opening up opportunities for other young students to get involved in this rapidly growing space. So to get us, started off with this conversation, could you share a little bit more about some of the obstacles or barriers students in Canada are currently facing to get into the aerospace industry, and things that the aerospace community can do to break down and overcome those barriers? Hira, why don't you start us off this time?
I guess to start off with the barriers to entry, for a while early in my career, before I started my master's, I was just having a hard time finding opportunities. It was just like the awareness kind of was missing. And so I think organizations like SEDS Canada, like SJC, even Zenith, showing what those companies do, or the companies that exist in Canada, and interacting with them through different outreach activities has really helped to increase that awareness of what's out there. Because a lot of times when you think about space, you think about the CSA or MDA, but there's a lot more going on. And, Canada is pretty well positioned in terms of a lot of different kinds of technologies, a lot of satellite industry. And that's not something that a lot of students are aware of when they're looking for those positions. Either they think they need to be an aerospace engineer, or that they need to do a master's or a PhD to really be specialized to get into those positions. But the reality is that there's a lot of different levels that you can get into the industry at. And I think a lot of people in the industry can, continue. I think it's increased a lot in terms of the outreach to continue to make that awareness kind of present. There's other barriers that we obviously see through folks in underrepresented communities that specifically affects them. But yeah, just widely, I think awareness is kind of a big piece.
Yeah, I can definitely connect with that as well with what you were saying. Even in rural communities or even in cities, if you don't have necessarily family members in the aerospace sector, it's difficult to figure out what even exists out there. So yeah, that's a really good point. Brian?
Yeah, so I definitely, I think Hira definitely hit on all the main points in that, we live at a very exciting time, I think, within Canada, where there is a lot of support that is being given to the kind of development of new innovative companies, new innovative organizations that are really kind of, I think, going to propel Canada forward into this kind of new space age. And the real question is just having access from young people that are, figuring out what they want to do in university, or they're just getting out of university and trying to figure out what to do. The kind of path is not always clear. And I think a lot of onus is on, these new organizations themselves to kind of step up to the plate, explain and show that they're here, and show that there are opportunities for people from a bunch of different backgrounds, whether it be regionally or demographically or experience based, that those opportunities do exist. And that's why I think it's so fantastic that so many of these young innovative companies have partnered with organizations such as the Zenith Foundation to support their fellowship program. I mean, there's a lot of great companies that are collaborating to provide internships through that. And I think that's one of the great ways that you can engage with it. I would also say for young people to really, reach out and look at all these organizations that we represent, because I think being a part of that network will help kind of share the opportunities that exist. I mean, specifically for the organization that I'm representing, the Space Generation Advisory Council, our focus is really on a global perspective and opportunities that exist at a global level. And for young people from around the world, we really have representation in most countries around the world, how they can engage in the discussions that are shaping our space industry around the world. So I definitely encourage people to get involved with these organizations, because that's really where you can hear about all the exciting opportunities that are available.
Definitely. Thank you for sharing. And Vanessa?
I think I agree with everything that Bryn and Hera have said, but I also would add, I think that mentorship is huge. So that's definitely a component of most of our organizations, which is awesome. So you can reach out. If you're part of the Zenith Fellowship, you get matched with mentors. We have a mentorship program at SEDS Canada, and there's also a mentorship program at SGAC. So definitely check those out. But you can also find mentors on your own. So, for instance, someone that really helped me in my career was my grade 12 physics teacher, and talking to her about opportunities that I could pursue. But also when I got to university, a machining shop teacher was amazing, and I took the machining shop course, and he let me come into the shop after hours after the course to get even better, because he saw I was really interested in it. And something that maybe other women can relate to is growing up, it wasn't necessarily natural to be learning tool skills. A lot of my male cousins was like, let me show you how to use the drill, but nobody really ever thought to show me that. So that was a really awesome opportunity that really helped me later in mechanical engineering. So really seek out those opportunities and embrace them. And also, I think if you're recruiting for your volunteer organization or for a student team or for a company, it's really important that that recruiting team is diverse. So when I was recruiting for my robotics team, just having a female face on the recruiting team, it made it feel like a welcoming organization. People from different backgrounds, people from that look like you, makes you feel like there's a place for you there. And that's something I've never had before, is working at Mission Control. It's over 40% women, which is just wild in the engineering industry. And it's a really nice change.
Yeah, you all mentioned like incredible points. I think it's still like hearing the statistics shocks me, not just geographically, the opportunities that disparate between each country, but also just knowing that only 1 in 5 space leaders have been women, and only 12% of all astronauts that have ever flown to space have all been, only 12% have been women. And so just those numbers still are shocking. And, I know that your organizations are working towards kind of bridging that talent gap and making sure there's not only equity in terms of geographic location, but also gender, ethnicity, and age as well. I think we talk about diversity a lot, and we tend to forget age. It's something that we don't look into, and we don't encourage and push up younger students. And so I want to ask all of you, could you share for any student that's listening today, certain resources, and please mention your website, mention, your resources as well. But as you all are students as well, what are some resources you would point to students to access if they're interested in looking for aerospace internship experiences, or connecting with mentors, or just starting to build a resume towards their dream career? And this time I think I'll let Bryn kind of start us off.
Sure. Well, I mean, there are a lot of really great, initiatives out there, and Google oftentimes is your best friend when searching for this. Honestly, that's how I came across the Space Generation Advisory Council. It was just the fact that I wanted to engage at a more global level, and this was the first thing that came up, and I was struck by how much impact such young people were able to have. So I really do encourage you to go to the Space Generation Advisory Council website. You can become a member. It's completely free, and through that you're able to access our Slack group, which basically a lot of opportunities for employment, internships, mentorships are shared through that channel. So I definitely encourage you to look there. The other thing that I would encourage is through the SJC, we have project groups that are focused on different, I guess, applications of space, whether it be space law and policy, or space exploration, or planetary science, or space medicine. There's a whole vast array of ways of applying space, and I think through accessing those project groups, you're able to engage in those areas and see what interests you. Because I think something that kind of was alluded to earlier is the fact that your skill sets may not be the stereotypical skill sets of what people think you need to have to be in the space industry. You don't necessarily need to be an engineer, although that's one path you can go. You don't necessarily need to have even studied space at all. If you're passionate about it, and you have skills in a unique area, there are so many different ways that you can apply it. And one of the things that I think is so great about the project groups is they really take this more holistic approach about looking at these problems, and kind of take diverse experiences into that to feed that. So I would definitely encourage that. There are a lot of really great opportunities that I know Vanessa in here will be able to share, so I'll pass it off to them. But that's one that obviously I found personal growth within.
Yeah, and I can definitely, attest to that fact as well, because I was interested in space medicine, and for me that's like a very, very niche interest, and it was hard for me to find opportunities. And although I'm not in Canada and I'm based in the US, a lot of my teachers and faculty, they didn't know what space medicine was. And so for me, finding that community was something I found through SJC when I joined the space medicine group, having that Slack channel, having that platform, those webinars, those workshops, and it just provided me with the opportunity to connect with like-minded young students as well as professionals. So I can definitely attest to that fact as well. I'll pass it over to Vanessa now.
Sure. So we have a lot of opportunities at SEDS Canada. Actually, maybe I'll share a slide because there's so many of them. Just give me a second.
And while if you want time pulling it up, if Kira wants to go, she can jump in as well.
Yeah, sorry for the delay.
No worries. Yeah, so this question has opened up a bit of a can of worms in my brain of a lot of things that I've thought of. But basically, if you're thinking about getting involved in space, there's a lot of different groups, age groups. So I think, you can start as young as kindergarten up until, even after graduation from your PhD, you might still be like, I kind of want to get involved in space. So there's really no kind of age limit on when you could start your career in space. I think if you're passionate about it, just like do it. So for younger folks, a great resource that exists is the Indus Space organization run by Bhairavi Shankar. She's a great person who is actually an alumni of Western. And she runs a lot of programming for students from K to 12. A lot of it can be virtual and also in person. So if you're someone who's young and wants to kind of see what's up with space and kind of like connect with other students, like her programming is really great. The CSA does a lot of outreach as well for K to 12, so always keep an eye out. They did the Junior Astronauts campaign, and I'm sure they'll do similar things like camps and things like that. Western Space also has a lot of stuff, and I'm sure there's a lot of people from Western at Stardust Festival, but there's a lot of engagement across Canada with Western, up north as well. There's a big push for that as well. So that's really great to see activities and things for younger students as well as, undergraduate students and master students to get involved. Vanessa will talk about it, but SEDS Canada is the best. I got my start into really getting into the industry and participating through SEDS. As a young engineer, I thought you had to be an aerospace engineer, but I was an electrical engineer, and by meeting the people in the community at SEDS and like working on projects and groups and leading the organization a bit, I learned a lot. So I highly recommend just getting involved with SEDS. There's CubeSat teams, rocket teams, and Mars rover teams all across the country. Reach out. Even if you're younger or older or not on one of the teams, just reach out. And the Planetary Society is another big one that really holds a place in my heart. If you're just interested in space, maybe not in engineering specifically, but just astronomy or anything like that, Planetary Society is a great organization with a lot of virtual ways to connect as well. And finally is the ESA Academy. There's a lot of really cool courses that you can take. Again, virtual opportunities do exist, but you could also get funded to go to Belgium or the Netherlands to spend a week at ESA and do courses. So yeah, basically my point is there's a lot of opportunities these days to get involved. Reach out to any of us after this if you're interested.
Yeah, that's incredible. I'm so glad you had that like ready in the bag, and you didn't even mention Zenith Canada.
I know, I was literally like,
which is the biggest one. I think you should it's like such a cool program. Yes. I read about it all the time, and I'm like, I wish I was in Canada now. Like, I want to apply for it, and I want to be a part of the program. So could you share a little bit more about that?
Yes, absolutely. So basically a big one too, leading into Zenith, is the Brooke Owens Fellowship, the Patty Gray Smith Fellowship, the Z Factor Fellowship, and the Matthew Isaacowitz Fellowship. So Z Factor is international. You can apply if you're abroad as well. But the other three, Brooke Owens is also international, but the other two, PGS and MAT, are for American students. So if you're an American student, you can apply. But those are all space fellowship programs. I was a Brooke Owens Fellow in the year 2020, and then that kind of inspired and pushed me to kind of work with the team to found the Zenith Canada Pathways Foundation. So this is for undergraduate students and new graduates who are seeking opportunities to get into space. So you'll be matched, if you're selected through the program, with a mentor and an internship in the Canadian space sector. So we have 10 fellows this year, Vanessa being one of them. And then, you're part of this community of students and young professionals across Canada. So we also have a secondary to that, is that if you did make it to the finalist round, but we're not matched with a company, you will still receive a mentor and be a part of the organization and the community. So even if you're like, oh, well, there's so few opportunities to get selected, I'd still encourage you to apply, because we have at least 10 other positions or other spots for you to be involved. So, yeah.
Yeah, thank you for sharing. I think it's an incredible program for young students who are looking for that community. And I know we've mentioned that word a lot, but I think community is so important as a young student to kind of trek your way into the industry. And I know Vanessa's going to have a lot to say about that when she talks about SEDS Canada. So take it ahead, Vanessa.
Yeah, so here, this is why I wanted to show a slide, is because there's so many opportunities at SEDS Canada get involved. First of all, I would echo what Hera said and say, apply to volunteer with us. I think that's the most impactful way to get involved. That's been really important for me as events chair and now as president. It's such a vibrant community of really passionate students in the space industry. And we also have high school students volunteering with us. So even if you're in high school, you can still apply to volunteer with us. But beyond that, you can become a member of SEDS Canada and join our mentorship program. We also have projects and events you can be a part of. So on the left here, we have our projects where we have the Canadian Reduced Gravity Experiment, where you can fly a parabolic flight with a payload, or our Canadian Stratospheric Balloon Experiment, where you can send your research payload up to the edge of space. And both of those research projects open in this fall. We also have the Young Space Entrepreneurs Competition, which is a business case competition focused on the space industry, which is really unique and really fun. If you're interested in space business, you should check that out. We have our Canadian Space Conference in the center, and that's happening this year in Montreal, January 28th to 29th. And it's also going to be virtual. So if you want to join that virtually, you can do that too, which makes it more accessible. We have NASA Space Apps Hackathons, which some will be virtual and some will be in person. We have the SEDS Canada and SGAC webinar series, which Bryn is also involved with as part of SGAC, where we bring space professionals together. It's a lot like this, but you get to learn about different parts of the space industry. And we have Act in Space, which is November 18th to 19th, which is a hackathon focused on space competitions with advertisements, business, creativity, and space knowledge. So this one's kind of brings in more of the business and artsy aspects compared to NASA Space Apps, which uses a lot of space data to solve problems, but it still has creative components. And finally, on September 24th, we are having a Canada and Nepal in Space speaker panel, which is also in partnership with SEDS Nepal and Zenith, which me and some of the other Zenith fellows are organizing, where we're going to highlight professionals in the Canadian and Nepali space industries, which is going to be really exciting to get that global perspective.
Wow, that is incredible. I think it is wonderful to hear just the diversity of opportunities that SEDS Canada is focusing on. Just starting off with the idea of just not just space technology and aeronautical engineering, but the space art, the business component, the policy component. And I think just combining that into a program is just absolutely incredible and provides a lot of opportunities for students who want to explore the different interdisciplinary sections of the aerospace industry. So thank you for that.
And can I add, actually, sorry, one thing there? Because I think what is really cool about the space industry, because we're, in this early booming stage, all new ideas can be brought to the table, really. And what I definitely encourage anyone to do, I mean, a good example is the Zenith Foundation. This was, not in existence, the whole fellowship program as of a year ago. And here it is today, thriving. So, if you have new ideas and you need support, trying to bring your ideas to the table, please get in contact with any of us. And through the kind of like structure that we have, we can always help you try to bring that idea to life.
Yeah, that's really helpful. And at the end, we can definitely share the contact information of all the panelists, because I think it'll be so beneficial, whether it be connecting on LinkedIn or via email could make such a huge difference for students. And as we're almost wrapping up the conversation, I did have 2 more questions. And I was one of those students who was inspired. I think Vanessa was kind of mentioning this earlier. I was inspired by space because of an engineering class I took in 7th grade, and I was building a model rocket. And I think classrooms can play a big role in getting students in Canada involved further in aerospace. So I'm curious from all of your opinions, what can teachers do, which I know teachers have a large job already, but what can they do in their classrooms to inspire students in Canada to get into aerospace? And anybody could take on the question. It's a tough one.
I can speak from my experience. The best thing was getting to build things, but that's also specific to me because I really love building things. But I think the opportunity to try something and fail at it, but it's not a pass fail environment. When I was in a robotics class in grade 12, I just was given parts and was like, try to build a robot. And of course, it didn't work the first 5 times I built it, but that was kind of encouraged. And I think that was really great opportunity for me to embrace that design, test, build mindset.
Yeah, to add to that, I completely agree. I think like teachers are kind of like the best people. They put so much time and their own money and effort into inspiring students to kind of pursue whatever they want, you know. And I think like the greatest thing is just like having that door open to have that conversation with students. And even if it, you know, it's very expensive at times and it depends on resources for a lot of people across the country if they are able to even provide you know, access to things that people can tangibly do. But even just having a conversation with your students and talking about things, or you know, if you hear about a cool thing that's happening in space, like telling your student that that's something that they could aspire to be a part of in the future. You know, even like talking about astronauts or anything like that, like do what you can within your means. And I think like that was like the biggest thing for me in elementary school was like my science grade, my 7th grade science teacher was like really passionate about science and like really talked to us about it a lot. And I didn't know that I could be a part of that at the time. And, you know, I built a junk bot. That was pretty much one of my projects. It was literally taking pieces from like an old remote control, a battery, and things like that to like create a solar robot. And, you know, that was encouraged by my teacher. And I think like encouragement, just like you, yeah, as teachers, like they know it best. Like I'm not a teacher, so I can't speak for them, but they're doing great work to inspire students. And I think like, you know, just having that conversation is good.
Yeah, I definitely echo that. I think teachers have this innate ability to just inspire, and that has, you know, I think propelled me a lot in driving me to where I am today. And really, I think what, you know, teachers are best positioned to do is just spark the idea. You know, you don't need to be the expert, but just sparking the idea of the opportunities that are out there. And then there are, you know, kind of decently you know, accessible ways of getting people into the classroom that can help engage, right? If teachers, you know, want to reach out to people within the space industry or organizations that they think are cool, or people within certain companies that they're really interested in, knowing most people in the space industry, we're always really excited to share what we're doing and why we're doing it. So I think oftentimes that they'll be readily you know, join virtually into a classroom to share their experiences and help that kind of inspiration. I mean, for me, that certainly happened. I actually, my interest in space actually was sparked in a philosophy class from just the right teacher talking about, you know, ways of knowing, and brought in a, you know, guest lecturer about, you know, how we can understand the physical world around us, and that's what drew me into astrophysics, and that's where I am today. So, you know, having just people there that are able to just spark the idea can take you a really long way. But I will say there are a lot of great resources through the Canadian Space Agency that has been referenced before, and other organizations such as E2 Adventures that, you know, make the classroom a bigger learning environment than just what's accessible in the classroom. Through all these virtual technologies, we're able to access you know, different companies, go on virtual field trips, stuff like that, that brings all of these cool ideas into the classroom.
And you guys all mentioned really wonderful points. And I think the biggest thing is just getting it out there in some way, just being like, hey, have you heard of this career? Or, hey, there was a launch today. Did you hear about it? I think just starting those conversations can inspire a student so much, and not necessarily being a subject matter expert. I know a lot of teachers I've talked to, when I talk about small aerospace kids, they're like, oh, I'm not an expert in rocketry or engineering or mathematics in general, and they get really intimidated. And I think just being confident to at least open up the conversation and not necessarily having a project around it, but I think having those conversations, like many of you were mentioning, can be critical. And so my last and final question before we kind of open up and take the audience questions is, what final piece of advice, will you be able to share today to inspire students who are starting in their aerospace careers and kind of look up to where you are right now in different organizations, whether it be SEDS, Zenith, or SGAC, students who aspire to be like you? What is one piece of advice you would like to share with all of them as they kind of pursue their own track, going to college and finding internships?
I could start quickly. I think something that's helped me a lot is just it sounds so simple, but it's just perseverance. I think the Mars 2020 was the best name for that. But persevering and understanding that, right now where you are right now, in 2 years, there's going to be different opportunities, different companies that exist, different things that exist. You're going to be a different person in 2 years. And so holding yourself too critically right now and where you're at, and, worrying about, anything that oh, will I be able to get a job? Will I get into grad school? Will I do this? Just keep going. There will be something on that path that will get you to where you need to be. I failed math in second year. And at that moment, I thought, I am done. No one will ever hire me. My career is over. I will never be an engineer. And that was clearly not the case. It actually led me to kind of critically think about what I wanted to be doing, where I wanted to see myself, and where I wanted to be. And I have now, completed my degree. I went on to do 2 awesome internships during my undergrad at space companies. And I got into grad school, and I also was able to co-found this organization. So yeah, just keep going. Don't worry too much. You'll be fine. If you want something, you'll make it happen. Just trust yourself.
Yeah, mine I think is very much in the same vein, and it was something that I needed to constantly remind myself. And I really think everyone from all backgrounds need to keep reminding themselves of this, that you deserve a seat at the table. You need to have confidence in yourself. You might be the youngest person in the room. You might not look like other people in the room, but know that your experiences that brought you to that room, or the opportunities that are in front of you, that you deserve to take it, because you're talented. And if you have the passion about doing it, take that confidence and really allow that to happen. I also was someone that almost failed a math class in university. I almost failed my electrodynamics course. It should not define what your future is. If you have confidence that you have something to bring in a specific area, don't let anyone tell you otherwise, and have confidence in yourself, and don't let your lack of confidence shake you.
And I guess I agree with everything you all said. You're inspiring me too, but I also think trying things, just try new things. You never know what will really resonate with you, what things will become your passion, and challenge yourself. Try the hard things. Don't be afraid of failing at them, because that's when you're going to learn the most, is by doing the hard things. If you always choose the easy path, you won't get stronger. So, have fun along the way, and try and fail and try again.
And just one quick last thing. Do not compare yourself to other people. Do not look at us and be like, wow, they're so young. They have awesome careers. They're doing all these things. There was a lot that happened on that journey that will take years to get through. Do not compare yourself. You will get to where you're going.
Agreed, 100%.
You all are so inspiring. I mean, as a student myself who's going to college this fall, I will take everything you said to heart, because I understand that it can be so hard sometimes when you're comparing yourself, or you look at someone's bio, or you try to see oh, how can I get there? Or how can I be so accomplished? Or will I get into graduate school or medical school? I think it can be a lot of pressure that you take on yourself. And I think just taking that step back to reflect and to believe in yourself. And like Kira said, like persevere. And, Bryn was talking all about how it's so important to believe in yourself. And, you could be failing a class, but, the next moment, if you work hard, maybe you could turn the tables. So I think it's always so important to just believe in yourself and keep following that drive or passion you may have. And all of you are incredibly inspiring. And, one question before I ask about the questions from the audience, there was one, but how can they find you? Like on social media, what platforms are you on? Where can they connect with you? Because I'm sure anybody who's listening would love to talk with any of you.
Well, first of all, I appreciate you saying that, we're so inspiring, but I will say that I am perpetually inspired by people like you and everyone that I'm sure is online. Just everyone contributing to this blows me away all the time. In terms of reaching out, certainly the best means would be through LinkedIn. My name is pretty unique, so I'll be the only one you find on LinkedIn. So definitely, I happily encourage anyone to reach out. I'm always looking forward to hearing what you're hoping to accomplish. If you have ideas, if you need help in any way, I'm happy to support.
Yes, me as well. I'm also available on LinkedIn. I am very open to chatting with anyone. I get really excited when people are interested in space. So please message me if you want to hop on a coffee chat or anything like that. I would love to, and we can just chat about space. And if you need any help, I'm also on Twitter at Hera in Space. If you'd like to also connect on there. But yeah.
And yes, I agree. And I think that's something to learn too, is that people are more open to help you than you think that they would be. So please reach out to us. And I'm Vanessa Van Decker on Instagram, all one word, all lowercase. And my name is also very unique. I'm Vanessa Van Decker on LinkedIn, and I'm Vanessa V. Decker on Twitter. And you can also follow SEDS Canada at SEDS Canada on Twitter, LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, you name it.
Awesome. And I'm sure that's the same with Zenith as well as SGAC. I see them on Twitter, LinkedIn, and so many Instagram as well. Very active. And one of the questions that we got from one listener is, how can alliances be made with other countries and organizations that are dedicated to space issues? So in other words, in terms of international cooperation, I know that SGAC and SEDS are both very international organizations. And so maybe all of you can take a moment to answer how international cooperation can happen in terms of space issues. Anybody want to take that up first?
I think it's really, most people are really open to it. Like, space is such an international venture in most cases, even at when you're sending a mission to space. Usually there's multiple countries involved, or very often. So I think people are very receptive to it. If you have an idea, like Bryn says, bring it to us. But you can also see SEDS is doing things both with Zenith and with SGHC, and we always are looking for that opportunity because we're all passionate about space. We all have the same goals and missions. And like you said, SEDS is part of SEDS World. So there are SEDS organizations in a lot of countries. And, we're stronger together. So basically, it's something we can always improve at, but we're always looking for opportunities to do that.
Yeah, I certainly echo that. I guess I can explain a bit about how the structure of SGAC works. So essentially, within each country around the world, or almost all, there is a national point of contact for that country that engages in all the programming and development work that's happening in that country. So I represent Canada along with my co-NPOC, Dominique. And basically what happens is they kind of steer where the programming goes. And oftentimes, because we are a global community with different national points of contact in those different countries, we have engagement cross-country in different initiatives. Whether it be a webinar series or something going as far as actually building institutional bonds between different organizations, for example, helping different countries that are newer entrants to the space industry, helping them take knowledge from other countries that have been in the market for a lot longer. We support that those sorts of initiatives, and a lot of the sort of policy work that we do, whether it be through different forums such as the Space Generation Fusion Forum, which I encourage you to look up, or the Space Generation Congress, which happens on a yearly basis. Those are forums where people from around the world are able to come together to discuss these issues. So definitely encourage you to look at all those. But as a starting point, if there are people in different countries around the world that are watching right now, I would encourage you to go to the Space Generation Advisory Council website and actually look up who your national point of contact is, so that you can engage with them, see what's going on in your own country, and if you want to actually have cross-country collaborations to try to solve some of these challenges, speak to them about wanting to do that, and we can all together work to try to create those collaborations.
Absolutely. And Zenith, while seemingly just a Canadian-based organization, has a fun kind of trajectory where, I started at the Brooke Owens Fellowship in the US, and then carried the program with the team into Canada to establish it here with a strong connection to the fellowships in the States. So, we get guidance on our advisory board are some folks from the other fellowships. And so I completely agree. It's about just connecting. The internet makes the world feel very small. You can just send anyone a message and it's like they're next to you. So I find myself having chats with folks, just making friends across, into Europe and into the US. And so naturally from there too, just having conversations with cool folks in the space industry who are, peers, same age as you, same academic level, you'll find that you might come up with ideas on how to collaborate and how to make connections and bridge that. So the really interesting, it's very interesting time for fellowship programs right now, where it's bridged into Canada with the Zenith program, but also we've just seen a couple of days ago the UK-based space fellowship program Prospero launched, and so there's another space fellowship that is following the same model, tied nicely with the fellowships in Canada and the US, to kind of grow. And I think that it's very cool to be a part of, just being on that level with, chatting with these people who are all starting up these programs to better, equity, diversity, inclusion in different space sectors. So I think, just definitely just talk to people, it's a global world on the internet. So reach out.
That's wonderful advice from all of you. I will definitely, really highlight what you said at the end, Hira, because it connects deeply with me. That even you, I met you on LinkedIn. I just sent you a message and I was like, hey, can I talk with you? And I know that there are so many individuals on LinkedIn, professionals, astronauts, who are so open to talking with you if you just kind of take your chance and risk and just ask them on LinkedIn and kind of put yourself out there. And so for me, definitely everyone that I've met in the industry has been through social media, mainly being LinkedIn. So I can definitely say that it is so important to reach out, create that community, and learn from other individuals, other countries, and existing programs. So this was really helpful. And I think those are all the questions we have. So thank you all so much for your time today. I had an incredible time speaking with other young students. It's not often that in a conference I find a lot of young students who are very confident and can talk about their stories and their journeys. So really, all of you are so inspiring, and I can't wait to reconnect in the future. Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Awesome. Thank you
Thank
so
you for having us.
much.
1 2 1 2. Mic test. Can you hear me? Great. So I guess it's all fine on my end. Awesome. Mhm.
The mic test. Hi.
Hi.
You're calling in from Poland again, Leszek?
Sure. And where are you now?
I just got back home in the Netherlands. I went on a very short holiday because eventually I found out that I have exactly 5 days the rest of this year remaining in which I could take a holiday. So I went to 5 different countries in 4 days together with my partner. So nice
Awesome.
little trip.
And you're in full preparation for going to for Chile's
Yes.
campaign.
It's always nice and stressful, I guess. The final weeks. So I'm flying in exactly, well, yes, exactly 165 hours from now. So 1 week. I'm
Okay.
counting down already.
Okay.
And then
Okay.
it's on to Iceland. I have a few days of preparation before the rest of the group comes on site, and then yeah, we'll see what happens. If we can safely lock up some people inside a lava tube in Iceland, see if they survive.
I hope they will. And I hope that you will take care of Agatha for me.
Yes, of course. I see in the chat that we are already live.
So we are chatting our upcoming projects with people. Cool.
You should have a better background, maybe.
Oh, you can do a better background. Great.
I pulled it up myself. I'm not sure if this is a.
You look very natural, so that works.
But I had I'm starting to get this weird thing where I'm returning from a trip and then I'm invited either on television or radio. So last time I think we've seen each other at the AAC in Arizona.
Yep.
The moment
it was just a few months ago, so you know.
Yeah. The moment I arrived back in the Netherlands, I got a call from some people from the television that they wanted to do a topic about growing plants on lunar soils, and if I could come on national television like 4 hours later. So I was completely jet lagged when being on the show, and I had no sleep for like 48 hours or so at that point. But I think I did well.
And I guess now you need to be prepared for more.
Yeah. Can you guys hear me?
Oh, now
yes,
we can,
I can hear you.
Hi. Oh, is that Madison?
But I can't hear them.
Well, and tomorrow Sarah Sabre is going to space on New Shepard. That's crazy. That's awesome.
It went so fast. Like I've seen the message like a week ago now or so.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yep.
yeah, it's very cool. Kind of jealous though.
Yep.
I mean, it's well deserved. If there's anybody who
definitely well deserved. I am so happy for her.
I want in.
Okay,
I guess we have our moderator with us.
Can I just do it out of the TV?
That's what we're trying to do. TV's volume max.
Is it?
I'm not sure if you can hear us, but we can hear you kind of vaguely.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't see a very big audience though.
Yeah.
Probably there's also an online audience. So
I think so. I mean, that's always the thing with hybrid events.
about hybrid events, are you coming to for Chasm workshop this fall to Poland to visit us?
I really hope so, but I'm not sure if I still have the time because I
It's a
still need to
weekend,
finish
so
my thesis. So yeah, that's kind of the thing. I'm currently mainly working during the week, and then in the weekends I'm trying to finish my masters. Wait. Can you
Mark,
remind
what
me?
did you do?
I broke it. But when was the chasm workshop again?
Sorry?
15, 16 of October.
Okay. You just put it in.
Mute this? Or should we mute this?
I really don't.
Yes, now we can't hear anything.
Hello. I need to hear them though.
No, that's all right.
Hello?
Hi, can you hear us?
Merci. Hello?
Hi.
Hi.
We can
Sorry,
hear
guys,
you
we're just
loud and clear.
testing this out.
Sure.
Yeah, no problem.
But now it sounds quite nice.
Mark or Ledger, can you say something?
We are trying, or like,
Yeah.
yeah,
We've been talking for quite some time. I'm not sure if
But we both have to hear.
audio is coming through.
Yeah, you could wear these ones, and I have another pair of headphones. Yeah, you could do mine are wireless or Bluetooth. That's the only thing we can do. Yeah.
Okay, if it works.
So they can kind of hear you, right?
We can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear Madison very well.
It's fine. We need to do this. Is more important because it's streaming. So that we can hear them is more important than the in-person. No, we need a headphones. Yeah, I have my AirPods. Can you hold that?
Make sure your mic's disabled. Oh, is your laptop muted? Yes.
Test. Such a nice background. I will
Yes,
test.
I've moved to a nicer office. You can see the piano in the background here. I'm a pianist now.
I hear nothing.
I don't know. They're not talking.
Can you say something, please?
Testing. Can you hear us?
There's nothing.
Yeah. Wow.
I could hear you.
On Mars already?
On Mars already. Okay.
Nice.
Mark, Lejet, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Loud and clear.
Okay, we're almost ready. We need Simon to hear you. Can you hear? You can hear me? You guys can hear me, Mark and Lejet?
Yep, can hear you.
Can you say something again? Mark or Lejet? Good, I can hear you.
Well, yeah, okay. If you can hear us, that's great. Okay.
Can you hear me as well?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Okay, I think we're finally ready to start this. Yes. Okay, well, welcome everyone to this really exciting panel about analog habitats, analog missions, and we may have some analog astronauts here with us as well. So I'd like to introduce our three speakers today. In person, we have Simon. He was on a Mars Desert Research Space Station mission in the Utah Desert. And we have Mark, who's involved with the Chill Ice analog. And we have Leszek from the Lunaris analog in Poland. All right, thank you guys for being here. So this first question is kind of an important one to get us kicked off. What exactly is an analog, and why is that important? I'm happy to pass that off to whoever would like to respond.
Okay. Who would like to start? Okay.
Please, Leszek, can you tell us what is an analog?
I will do my best. Well, we need to understand that we can investigate a lot of aspects of potential like space-related topics here on Earth before we test them up there. And the first analog test investigation or analog mission, in fact, happened almost the same week as Apollo 11, because Wernher von Braun put one person from his team on a submarine called Ben Franklin that was investigating Gulfstream back in 1969, and they were looking at the behavior of the crew that was on this small space, investigating undersea. They are basically looking if they can use this as an analog to longer space missions on a very small space in some sort of hazardous situation. And those kind of tests are called analogs. And with time, they became more and more complex. And now some of those investigations are still done during, for example, Arctic missions, but sometimes you need dedicated simulation. So in a dedicated space that simulates like a lunar or Martian habitat, and this is called analog habitat. And then you have the full lunar or Martian or whatever simulation that is dedicated to investigate as many aspects of such mission as possible. And that allows us to test a lot of aspects, a lot of things here on Earth before they happen up there. So that's both financially viable solution and both quite a good and safe approach to prepare for things that we still don't know about space travel.
Yeah, great. Thank you. That's a perfect overview of what analogs are. So I'll just run through each of you. And if you could just tell me about the analog that you are part of or that you are an astronaut at, explain what it is, and maybe you could touch upon what research was intended to come in a really wide way. You know, was this about astronaut health? Was this about geology or something else? I'll start here with Simon.
Thank you, Madison. Yeah, I was part of the MDRS Crew 238 in Utah this January. And we were a crew of 6 people from all over the world. So we aimed at not only simulating being on Mars in a Mars-like environment, it was also all about astronauts' health, about safety. We had different training scenarios there, from fire, from impact of a meteorite that hit our station, and we tried to retrieve an incapacitated astronaut from the surface of Mars, which is not an easy task, by the way. We had to get the person through the airlock. This is a task on its own. And also, mental health aspects. It's very important. If you are in a crew of people from all over the world, each one is different, and you have to get along in a very remote situation. And we have to really figure out how we should bring the people together, or to have the right people together so that they get along when they're on another celestial body.
Great. That sounds exactly what we need to keep advancing our astronaut research. Mark, I'd like to hear from you and your unique analog that you're involved in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, of course. So, I've been a part of several analogs actually already, but the main thing where I'm also here for today is for Chill Ice, which sort of started out as a pilot project, maybe even more than a real analog mission. It was really to see how we would survive inside the lava tube. Chill Ice is also an acronym because working in space, we really, really love our acronyms. So it actually stands for the construction of a habitat inside a lunar analog lava tube in Iceland, hence Chill Ice. And we basically had our very first real campaign last summer, Northern Hemisphere summer. So July, August, we were there, and we sent in 2 small missions of just 55 hours each, of 3 astronauts each mission into a lava tube to see really if they would survive, and to focus a little bit on all kinds of physical and terrestrial aspects like the geology, but also the chemistry or the biology, a little bit of mental health, a little bit of social health. And this year we are really going for it. We are actually going for a 7-day mission. And it will again be 3 astronauts. They will be locked up a little bit deeper into the lava tube. So they are away from any direct sunlight. So it will be completely dark for them for 7 days straight, which is, I think, going to be a very cool challenge. But I think it's also going to be a crucial part of understanding how people would want to survive if they are, I mean, being in a simulation habitat is already one thing, but being so completely locked up underground in a relatively cold, humid environment, very far away, both physically and mentally, from other people and the Earth. I'm not sure if the cameras are still working.
Yeah,
I
we're
see
still
they're-
here. We're working on it.
Okay.
Cool.
So yeah, we are really expanding our fields of interest and fields of research. We had an open call, and we are now doing biology, mental health, social health as well. So not just individual basis, but also within the crew, like crew cohesion studies. And yeah, I'm a geologist by training, so I mainly do stuff with rocks. So it's a fascinating world opening up for me as well.
Yeah, that's really
If
great.
I may
It's great
add,
to tie those
what I
together.
I would love to add something because what I love about Chill Ice and what Mark is doing with his team is that it's basically a 7-day long spacewalk, and they need to take. They are not only they need to have everything with them, their provisions, their equipment. They need to pack and go in those simulated spacesuits into the lava tube and then construct their habitat and live there. This is a very extreme scenario, and that's. So I cannot wait because Chile starts in 3 weeks.
Yeah, so the
Yeah.
training commences on the 15th of August, and the astronauts will actually get sort of dumped into their habitat on the 22nd of August. So yeah, very
And
soon.
there's a lot of science to be done on those
Yes.
people and with those people.
That's great. So Leszek, what about your analog that you're involved in?
So I'm on a bit of the different spectrum here because both MDRS and Chill Ice are located in extreme environments, and our Habitat Lunaris Research Station is an isolation facility located on the former military airfield. So in fact, we are using huge concrete structures that were built during Cold War era to create isolated space where people live and work for extended periods of time, but they're in controlled environment. So you are not fighting with this extreme conditions you need to overcome. You are in a safe space with 5 more people, and but this is almost a laboratory condition, so we can execute the same scenario many times fold throughout the year, only changing the group composition to study group dynamics, to study to develop different protocols. But this is also a great first step in doing analogs, and that can prepare you for going into those extreme environments that Mark and Patrick were mentioning as well. So different analogs are made with different purposes in mind, and different science that is conducted there, or maybe different stages of science, because sometimes different experiments are shared between different programs.
Yeah, definitely. It's great to cover a wide spectrum of the things that we really need to get humans, to the moon for longer duration missions and then beyond to Mars. And it's great as well talking about sharing this research across the stations. That's incredibly important. So something really special about the Stardust Festival is that we're really trying to engage the local community. And when we will be building the analog here, it's really important to have that connection. So I'd love to know how these analogs can benefit either the local community, if there is one, because I know some are quite remote, and otherwise just not just space research, but to help improve the lives of people on Earth. Mark, maybe I could start with you.
Yeah, of course. It's actually also a key point for us as GeoIce. Iceland is it's not a very small country, but in terms of populations, it's tiny. Basically, there are about 357,000 people or so living on the whole island. Um, so it's a relatively small population. They do not have an official space agency or space office in Iceland. Um, so yeah, we are also not per se forced, but also very eager, of course, to work together with the local people. One key example I think is already the usage of the land. So many parts in Iceland are sort of publicly accessible as long as you don't destroy the land and if you don't do any harm to the environment. Then you're always allowed to pass over a piece of land or even stay there for a night. But of course, if you're doing research, you also have to contact the local communities and the local people who are actually the owners of the land, which was quite a cool challenge for me because the local landowners, they basically only speak Icelandic. My Icelandic is not too good, so I've learned some key phrases, and we've worked together with people from Reykjavik, the capital of Iceland, to make sure that we have a good interaction as well and a translation so that we can at least sort of explain what we are trying to do inside this magical sort of environment, such as the lava tubes in Iceland. Um, and I think it's key because especially in those sort of small communities, they are familiar with the environment. They are sometimes even doing these kinds of isolation campaigns on a yearly basis. For example, again, Iceland being quite high up, I think there in Cochrane it's quite similar. It's going to be dark for quite a few days, or almost completely dark for quite a few days in December, which sort of feels like an analog campaign. I was there during the winter last year as well, and it's a sort of experience that goes back for thousands of years rather than just the maybe 50 years of analog experience that we have worldwide. So I think it's good to be able to work together with local communities, not just
Yeah.
the community that you're working with or the lands that you're working in, but also worldwide to be able to sort of tap into those experiences and share them.
Yeah, definitely. That's a great point you brought up, that people who have been living in remote and isolated areas have so much they can teach us about space
Mhm.
just from having lived it for so long. So, Leszek, I'm wondering about Lunaris, what relationship you have with the local community.
Of course. So our habitat is located in urban area, but this is a small city called Piła. It has 70,000 inhabitants, and everything here there revolved around this military base that was there during Cold War. And once we entered NATO, it was decommissioned. So the city and city council was looking for a lot of new ways to reinvent itself, and the airport obviously is still the biggest attraction that can bring both some tourism but also investment. And we were one of those people interested in investing in the infrastructure. And now well, we are there. Like we started in 2017, and we are working closely with the city council to the point where we received funding from European Union to build an educational center next to our habitats, so that together with the city council we can not only do science there, but also we will be able to educate future maybe future analog astronauts, or basically astronauts, about not only this human spaceflight, but sustainable living and well, aviation on the orbit is also a very important part. But thanks to working closely with the community, we were able not only to create an interesting science center here, but also to we are building this educational center that will hopefully benefit the whole community and will attract more and more people to this area.
Yeah, that's a great initiative. Having a physical presence with this for education really will help people learn about this who maybe never heard about analogs before, unless they actively looked for it. So Simon, I'm wondering, on your mission, did you interact at all with the local community because you were out in the desert?
No, actually not direct. I mean, there is a staff always there that operates the station, and they are, of course, in close contact with the people from Hanksville, in that case, a very remote community there. So we get some of our resources from there, for instance, the water and also the gas supply. And this is the way there is a kind of exchange. But the astronauts, unfortunately, not directly. Although I can only confirm what my colleagues said here, it's important to learn from each other. And I think this is what Stardust Festival here is about. And you immediately see the people are in contact with students from the universities here. We had Launch Canada. And so this interaction, learning how to get along with scarce resources, if you're in a remote environment, then you lack from time to time of something, and then you had to get along with that. And that's what we can learn from people from such communities. And on the other way, we can provide another vision or another view onto science. Even for that, people, not everybody have to be or has to be a perfect mathematician to get to a university, and that's what the people can learn from the science. Yeah.
Well, it's important to add to what Simon said, that that MDRS is attracting more and more tourists. And in fact, even MDRS have like this more problem that they are trying to not ask people to not interfere with the cruise, but that really shows that there it is an attractor, the whole habitat and the whole facility there. So I'm glad that Simon had a good experience with people not interfering, but there is always an opportunity to have those bigger crowds observing or visiting those kinds of sites.
Yeah, thank you, Leszek. That's a good point. No, we had interfering, but we tried to not interact. So we ignored them and deemed them as aliens.
Alien life.
Yeah, exactly. And that brings up the point of why we need more education about this, that it's not just this attraction for people to go and look at that could interfere with the science that we're trying to do, but creating education centers around it, that could be the attraction to hopefully encourage these people to maybe be researchers or analog astronauts themselves in the future. So we're talking about, between the three of you, in the middle of the desert, being in a lava tube or in a Cold War era bunker. Why does anyone want to go and do this? Can you tell me maybe some of the biggest challenges that you faced on missions that you have taken part in? Simon, I could start with you.
Well, the biggest challenge was actually not being out there in the desert. It was the time of preparation, because COVID was around and it took us 2 years to get there. And during that time, you have to be very patient. And there are times where you think, man, this is lost. And then another one takes activity. And so we pushed ourselves, and we already grew as a team long before the mission started. And that was the very interesting time we had.
Okay, yeah, great. So building up that team before you're all locked somewhere together for a few weeks definitely seems like it would be incredibly important. So, Mark, did you have any big challenges to share about the analogs that you've been a part of?
Well, actually, I've only been relatively recently invited into this world. I started out basically in 2019 with some missions at high seas. And immediately after I had my own mission in high seas, which ended in February 2020, um, the whole COVID thing happened, um, and
It was a
we were
worldwide
yeah,
isolation
it's
mission.
kind of a
Yes, yeah,
worldwide thing. So it was
yeah.
like an analog mission, but then for everybody, or almost everybody at least, where they had to go into isolation. And we had our final year of preparation as well planned in the summer of 2020 before our mission happened in July, August 2021, which was a very new challenge as well. So even when the humans are able to work together, there might be also other external factors. So we had some fun little problems last year where our spacesuits arrived just one day before the first mission started. So we had zero time to practice with the spacesuit. So especially the first crew was kind of unexperienced and took just a little bit longer every time to get uh, dressed and undressed in their spacesuits, which of course also had some implications for the whole planning. Um, but yeah, overall, I think the key factor is to, as Simon already said, we don't want all mathematicians. I think you would have a very boring mission actually if you were to have just mathematicians. It's good to have so many different backgrounds, different disciplines as well, which gives us that versatility. Where we had, for example, an astronaut falling out very briefly before the mission last year, spacesuits arriving only a day before, and eventually actually a small habitat collapse during the second mission. But overall, they managed to pull through, and it was just the combination of having engineers, having scientists, having artists and visual designers as well to look at it from a whole different perspective to eventually make at least the two missions that we've done so far into a big success, and hopefully this year as well.
Yeah, that's great. And I mean, everything you're pointing out are things that can go wrong on a mission to space. So it's
Yes.
important we try it here first. So, Lezek, what about you? Any big challenges and how you've managed to overcome them?
Um, so on one point, like on one side, I participated in 3 analogs. So and I was isolated for like 2, 3 weeks at a time. And just because I was either in different roles. And in one case, I was the mission commander, and on one case, I had to fill in on after someone was unable to join the team, getting COVID, and your mindset can drastically change how you approach to your isolation. Obviously, during a normal space mission, people would be nice prepared, and they will know that they're going to space. They know who is their spare participant in case of anything happening. But for example, when I was thrown into the mission without prior preparation, I was a bit more. Um, um, Emotional than when I was leading the mission. So I had maybe even this opportunity to be more emotional in the crew because I was not in the leading role. But what I found there is that in fact I wasn't. um um I wasn't maybe emotionally uh, afraid of anything that is happening on board because the crew was great, the habitat was great, the overall plan was good. But I was always quite anxious that I don't know what is happening with my close ones back on Earth. And that for me, that was the biggest challenge, for example. the mission, the mindset that you are doing something and you're overcoming certain obstacles was fine with me. But the idea that I have no idea what is happening to my close ones that are living their normal lives and everything should be fine, still was something that I definitely found most difficult at that particular mission, for example. So very different thing, very different experience than from the time that I was leading the mission and I had to be responsible for everyone and I didn't have time for that kind of thoughts, for example.
Yeah, that's a great point to bring up. There are obviously challenges with being isolated in an extreme environment, but we also have to consider how we connect with our loved ones at home. Can you maybe share that how within each of the habitats that you were in, how what the procedure was with being able to communicate with him? So we'll start with Lunaris. Can you just call your friends anytime you want?
Um, Normally, no, and it really depends, obviously, from the mission and the participants. Sometimes there's a team that is organizing their own mission, and they have their own procedures regarding connection with the outside world. Some missions can be a bit more open and public, and the outreach is super important for them. But on the missions that we're currently doing for almost 2 years now, we have like this long-term studies with on group dynamics in isolation, and there are strict rules that you shouldn't have any contact with your with your social media. You shouldn't go and see what is on the news, so you don't know what is the state of the world politics. Or and when it comes to contacting your close ones, only an email is a viable option here. So so there is a way to contact them, but it's not as simple as an everyday life, and it has to be that way in this particular study. Although, for example, on ISS, astronauts are available to call their families or basically use communicators. But here we had to go a bit more extreme in that example, for example. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely changes how you can really interact with your family than you would normally.
Well, sometimes you need to go more extreme because you're simulating that on Earth.
Yeah.
At least this is what the scientists told us and asked us to do.
Yeah, exactly. To get the best and most accurate data. So, Mark, what about on your mission at high seas? And for those who are not aware, that is an analog at the foot of a volcano in Hawaii. So quite extreme, of course.
Yeah, it's also in terms of isolation quite extreme. First of all, of course, you need to get to Hawaii, which sort of already helps a little bit with the trip of going far away from, well, your normal environment. And then it's also located, as you said, on the flank of the volcano of Mauna Loa. So yeah, you are quite far away. There was internet inside High Seas Base as well, which we mainly used for emails in terms of personal communication. So to loved ones, to friends, family. Um, and there were some things, though. For example, we had a small outreach event with some people from a local scouting club in the Netherlands as well, where we did have a live stream. But usually the communication is only via sort of a message, like an email or even like a text message, where you cannot reply directly to each other. So there is at least some sort of delay, which would probably be more comparable, of course, to what we would have on the moon. And for Martian missions, it's going to be even worse in that sense, where we have at least 12 minutes and up to 40 minutes of time delay to get a message from the other side. So this far, I've not been a part of a Martian analog, so it was not that extreme. But yeah, it does change the perspective mainly. The real feel that you get from the mission, really does feel like you're off planet to some degree, at least, because you're lacking the interaction, the constant feed and the buzz that you get when, well, I think everybody has, when you're on Earth and you have your phone with you, which has an internet connection, there's a constant impulse from everything, everywhere on the world. So in a way, it's also kind of relaxing. I mean, you're working maybe 16 hours per day, but it's also relaxing. Yeah.
Yeah, nice to not have to answer the phone all the time. But definitely, although that might be difficult at time, it definitely will help us for future missions when we do go to the moon and Mars, where there are these delays. It's better for us to learn about it now than at the time.
Yeah.
So, what about you? How was the communication during your mission?
Yeah, we were simulating Mars, and it's exactly how Mark said. There is a delay between 3 and 21 minutes each way, depending on where the planets are currently in conjunction to each other. So normally the rules at MDRS are very strict. So there is internet, but only for the transmission of the daily reports to mission control. We were that lucky that we were cooperating with a British company, Braided Communications, that developed a new tool to kind of simulate to overcome this delayed talk to your beloved ones. And so we were allowed to use this tool there and had a chance to get in touch with our beloved ones. It's a writing tool with rotating slides, and so over the time you get the feeling of a direct communication. That was very helpful. So we got some news from at home, but yeah, no social media, of course. Meanwhile, I know that there is a stalling system installed. So I don't know if they changed the rules, but I think so that the mission makes sense, it's still a kind of strict rule there.
Great, thank you. So, we've talked a lot about the difficulties and challenges about participating in these missions. We've got a lot of great university students here with us in person who made themselves be motivated to become an analog astronaut. Could you each share something positive from your mission, something you maybe learned about yourself, or something that you've taken on with you as you've moved on?
So I will start maybe mainly because we organized 25 missions already, and a lot of people coming here are students, because this place is like a perfect first step in analog experience. But there is always opportunity to be in a team with people that can teach you a lot about life, but also about how to be to manage your emotions, how to be more professional. So being exposed to this extreme environment or extreme experiences will not only develop you well, your proficiency in your field, but also it will develop you as a person. That's one thing. And definitely there's opportunity to learn from people with experience. So a lot of the times there are people that can share a lot of good knowledge with younger audience. As a great example, because this is happening tomorrow, our previous analog astronaut Sarah Sabri is going on a New Shepard rocket with Blue Origin tomorrow, and for us, we are super happy for her. But it's a well deserved spot on the rocket, since she was a perfect person for analog, and she's already a mentor for many people and a lot of students. And this is an example of people that you can probably meet during that kind of experiences.
Yeah, great. And Mark, any really positive outcomes from the missions that you've participated in?
Well, I mean, first of all, of course, it's as Leszek already mentioned, it's the network. It's being able to talk to people from sometimes over 20 or 30 different countries, all working together on the same project, focusing on the same passion basically for space exploration. So it's it's a very good way to learn more people who are also fashion fascinated about space and really want to go there. Sometimes they even go there, which was also for me personally one of the main reasons to start doing an analog. I mean, as soon as I heard about it, I was like, okay, I really have to do this before trying to fill in an application to become an astronaut, because I kind of want to see how I would fare in such an extreme environment before sort of going all into the space sector. So even if it's just for that, I think it's a great experience to see how you will fare in. Well, it's basically an emergency scenario, but for several days or weeks straight on. So it's a good challenge. Yeah.
Yeah, that's great. Simon?
Yeah, although I was already 14 years in science and research, but not in the field of space. But there was always a passion in me for space. I followed the activities of Mars Society, of SpaceX, and so on for a long time. And in the moment I was given the chance to actually go there, I was really, really happy. And it was a additional change and turn in my life, and I can say it was the most fascinating thing I have done so far, and it actually brought me here to Canada now. And so I have no idea where it will take me in the future, but I could bring in my experiences. I've learned a lot from all the people that were with me, from all the disciplines, and it was a really fantastic time, and I'm absolutely keen to do more of this.
No, that's all really great. I'm eager to eventually in the future have the chance to participate in Stardust's future analog missions. So, with that, I'd like to thank you all and pass on to questions from the audience. Yeah, can you come up to the mic here, please?
So you can hear the response. Oh, wonderful.
Hi, thank you. So after the experiences of being in lockdown with COVID, studying from home, we're basically eating, sleeping, working, enjoying your life, having personal time in the same 15-foot space in your apartment. That was really tough. But when you're talking about missions like these and allocating resources for space missions, everything you take up to orbit is incredibly expensive. Every kilogram comes down to like 10K just to put that kilogram in orbit, let alone exponentially more to get it to Mars or the moon. So it's a lot harder to budget, making sure that you as a habitatee have the additional space and resources to be able to just leave the same four walls, or to have your own personal space or even privacy. How is that managed, budgeted, and prioritized when coming up with these missions? Because even just in lockdown, having to work from home on the same place where you're trying to have your personal time, it feels like you're living your entire life through a screen. And it really limits the diversity of your interactions. So how did that come into play when planning these missions?
So maybe Leszek or Mark, you would be able to answer that one?
Yeah, sure. So it's exactly as you said. It's one of the reasons why we are doing chill ice. So one of the key points for chill ice is that the astronauts have to carry everything themselves into the lava tube. It's like if they would be standing on the lunar surface, they would actually be carrying their own habitat on their backs when going into the tube and setting up their base over there. So yes, you are indeed very limited by the weight and the budget, of course, that you have available, which means, at least for now, almost no privacy or basically no privacy. It's the habitat for chill ice is basically it's not a tent. I'm not allowed to call it a tent, and the people will get very angry.
It's an expandable structure, Mark.
Exactly. It's an inflatable, portable, expandable structure for extreme environments such as lava tubes. And it means that it's, for example, if you have to go to the toilet that was located in the airlock, but there's no real isolation between the airlock and the rest. So I think it's definitely going to be a challenge, as you said. It's there is not going to be enough funds available, either in money or in time or in energy, to actually get the privacy that we would want, or would long for, at least here on Earth, to the lunar surface. So that's one of the key reasons why we do these kinds of studies. Like, how much privacy would you need to still be able to function completely, to still have the research done, to still have the diversity in interactions, as you put it so adequately, still available to you as a researcher or as a human being on the lunar surface.
Yeah, Leszek, please.
I would like to add on that, because what Mark said is 100% true. And when you look at analog simulations or analog habitats, you can see that all of them are designed for certain purposes. There is no like the ultimate habitat somewhere that works entirely like the future Moon or Mars habitat. And if you look what is done currently, for example, by space agencies, you can think that some of the habitats are a bit smaller, and they're in fact technological prototypes that are and they're created in order to solve engineering problems, to integrate systems. And then you see, when you look at the amount of space for potential astronauts or analog astronauts, it's usually the crews are smaller, like 2 to 4 people. The private space is very limited, but you know that this kind of structure will fit on the rocket into and so it already takes into account this spacefaring logistics, and to some extent, but other facilities also, like not only like Lunars or MDRS are, for example, designed for 6 participants, and then psychologists are a lot more happy because they have more data points from crew dynamics, and there's always there's always trade-off in those kind of studies. So, for example, NASA also has this new habitat that they're constructing. It will be 3D printed. It will be for 4 people, but it will be a very large structure, something that you will definitely not be able to take with you to Mars. But this structure will be already 3D printed, although it looks like almost a normal flat. So it will not. So something on the Mars will not resemble this structure at all. But this is how space agencies are using those analogs in order to plan for those missions. So there are still no answers how to pack, how to create this space for people, and for all the consumables that you need to take with you. And those tests, those programs are helping us to narrow down, or helping space agencies to narrow down the right path to do that, for example. So this is probably one of the reasons why there are so many different unlocked habitats as well.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, more maybe from a bit practical aspect, how we prepared our analog missions. So the good thing about MDRS is there is quite a lot of experience. For the last 20 years, the station's been running, and so they really know how to organize crews. And we had packaging lists, there are food lists, what's available there on site, dehydrated food that's already there. But you can decide on your own whether you want to bring some additional food, and that's what we did. But we agreed that only this kind of food, what could be available on Mars or what we could take there, is allowed for us as crew. That's what we did, and that was a kind of Excel listing activities, but it turned out to work, and we did not have to hunger. And it, yeah, in terms of costs, what it will take to actually send people there and send payload there for food and for any other thing, I think there will be many changes in the future, and there are plans from NASA, there are plans from the private space industry, and I'm really interested to see how this turns out. I think we will send a lot of tons of stuff there before we actually send human beings.
Great, thanks. We'd have time for one last question. Yeah, come on up.
Thank you. So I'm wondering, I think Mark mentioned that you guys use email to contact friends and family and stuff. And you guys might have already mentioned this before, but I'm wondering, when it comes to the communication delay between Earth and Mars, for example, is that at all in terms of communication with, say, mission control or even with loved ones?
Generally speaking, that is indeed the idea. With Choice, we're mainly doing lunar scenarios, so there's not that much of a delay. But yeah, that's the whole thing, of course, of an isolation campaign. It's that you're not, unless of course it's a real emergency, you would not be able to contact Earth directly without having to sort of break physics and travel faster than light speed. Yeah.
The same answer.
It's actually a good question, because it's not only about communicating to your beloved ones. Having this communication delay to mission control adds another burden on you as a crew, because you have to rely on yourself in case of emergency. So you have to be able to act independent from mission control. Everything can be talked about later on, but if hits the fan, then you have to be very quick and you have to act to save the crew and save the habitat.
Yeah, that's great. Although I am not one of the panelists, I am writing my thesis exactly on that, the time delay between crew members and mission controllers. So it's definitely being studied. We're running it in our analog at my university in North Dakota. So people are interested, myself especially. All right, with that, I'd love to thank the three of you for being here today and for shedding some light on analog habitats and missions, and hopefully encourage some of our youth here today to join us in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Thank you so much. I think your cameras are frozen. I'm not sure. Is it just me?
Hard to tell. Well, but I need to log into Chill Ice, not Chill Ice, a Chasm call now.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm going to get some dinner, so I'm not
But
sure if there's still audience. Thank you
But
so much. See you
I
around.
will see you around.
Have a great day.
It's quite a long distance, and I don't believe personally in having one solid route.
Oh.
No matter, I'm
Oh my God.
But I think we need gravity. And sending people to
Hello. Hello? Can you hear me? Okay, whenever you would like me to begin, I will do that.
Try again.
Test two, test two. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Stardust Festival interview panels. My name is Ariana Kresniak from Arbalist Rocketry, but I am here today to introduce Tom Chambers. They're a documentarian, visual artist, curator, educator, and a former research analyst at the Lunar Receiving Laboratory for Project Apollo from 1969 to 1972. Please go ahead, Tom. And just for the viewers at home, you can ask your questions in the chat. It's going to be a 45-minute interview with a 15-minute Q&A after, so your questions will be addressed at the end. So please put them in the chat.
Okay, well, thank you so much. And I really, really appreciate Stardust having me today. I'm so excited to be here, so to speak, far, far away in Austin, Texas. Let me put it this way. I am as excited today as I was over 50 years ago at the Lunar Receiving Laboratory during Project Apollo. As she mentioned, I was a research analyst there working with lunar samples. So let me bring up my slide presentation if I can. Sorry, just a moment.
We can disable the mic so they can put the volume on. Disable the mic just for now, and then when she's ready to talk,
Well, I'm having trouble here. Just a moment. Everything works until you do it for real. Wow, just a moment. Can everyone see that? Hello? Everyone still with me? Hello? Okay, just a moment, please. Wow.
can't see your
Finally, I have it. Everybody, sorry. Can everyone see this?
We can see it now, sir.
Okay. I really apologize about that. So, I should probably change the name of my presentation because it's been such a long time ago to once upon a time. But this is not a fairy tale. So let me take you through a few slides of my experience at the Lunar Receiving Laboratory during Project Apollo. It was truly an exciting time. So here we go. The photo top left is of me and my team leader, Landrum Young. He's injecting a quail as I assist him, a suspension of saline and lunar soil brought back from the moon while the Apollo 11 astronauts was prepared for the injection. Notice the containment cabinet that we were working in as a part of the lunar quarantine program. To the right, this is me several years later, 2016, when I visited building 37, LRL. Time does a number, huh? I think that was 44 years at that time. I joined the Biological Sciences research team near the end of the Apollo 11 process because one of the team members breached the containment protocol and was then quarantined with the astronauts. I had been working as a research analyst at the MD Anderson Cancer Center in Houston, first job out of college. Again, you notice in the photograph, my team leader, my boss, Landrum, is working with a containment cabinet and actually a double containment system working with mice. You'll notice the double barrier isolator that indicates the mice were germ-free. Germ-free mice lack all microorganisms, and they are housed in tightly controlled and monitored isolators to prevent contamination. They are microbiologically sterile. No living organisms can be cultured from germ-free mouse specimens. So we worked with this kind of mouse during 11, 12, 14, and I believe a little bit for 15, 16, and 17 missions. The images below show examples of biological or containment cabinets. I spent a great deal of time working in these cabinets during missions 11, 12, and 14. This quarantine approach was to help prevent forward contamination, the transfer of life, and other forms of contamination from Earth to another celestial body. In this case, the lunar rocks and soil, and more importantly, back contamination, the introduction of extraterrestrial organisms and other forms of contamination into Earth's biosphere. So again, this is the type of work situation I was involved with day in and day out for almost a 3-year period. Although the formal quarantine, for the crew, spacecraft, and lunar samples was over after Apollo 14, procedures for handling lunar material and protecting it from contamination remained in effect for the Apollo 15, 16, and 17 missions. I remember the first day, actually night of work. When I joined the team, they were in the midst of processing the lunar soil core sample by the Apollo 11 astronauts. That first night was as surreal as it gets. I entered a change room and put on a bunny suit, similar to a surgical uniform, walked through a UV wash, dry shower, and then ended up at the beginning of a long corridor. And you can see this corridor here. There were doors running to the left and right, all the way to the end with autoclaves, sterilization units, this unit here, interspersed on the walls. The laboratory where I would be working was at the very end The team leader entered a combination code to open the door, and then we entered. When I entered, the first things to catch my eye were the large containment cabinets, metallic, glassed, see-through working areas with glove ports. I had never seen anything like this before, except for a hooded work area in a microbiology laboratory. I would spend the next several months with my arms inserted into those glove ports you see here, working with the lunar soil from Apollo 11, 12, and 14 and various animal models or species. The team leader and other analysts would be at my side as we worked the samples for analyses. That first night on the job of a lifetime left me a bit numb. After 8 hours working in a surreal setting of bunny suits, UV wash, containment cabinets, sterilization units, the tension of having to be very careful not to breach the containment protocol, and of course, the lunar soil sample on the other side of the glass, just inches from my face. Again, this photograph image shows the cabinets with positive pressure. The gloves are extended. For the missions 11, 12, and 14, the cabinets were under negative pressure to prevent back contamination. This is a great schematic of the Lunar Receiving Laboratory. This came out in Life magazine during that period of time. And I have circled my working area. Actually, I should have circled this area too. I probably spent more time in this laboratory than these combined during that 3-year period. A great schematic. Again, you'll notice here the capsule, the Apollo capsule that was quarantined. The trailer that brought the astronauts from at some point to the Lunar Receiving Laboratory where they were isolated. This was the crew area where they were isolated. And this was the work area, the lunar rock area. As I've mentioned, the lunar samples were tested within biological containment cabinets. These cabinets were gas-tight enclosures through which all manipulations were performed using neoprene gloves. Air or nitrogen entered the cabinets through absolute biological filters and was filtered again before being vented to the outside. All material entering the cabinets was sterilized. The cabinets were operated at a pressure negative with respect to the laboratory to ensure that any leak that developed would be directed into the cabinets rather than into the laboratory. There was also a secondary biological barrier. The rooms, the labs in which the cabinets were housed were also maintained at a pressure negative with respect to the adjacent corridors. This guaranteed that any escaping lunar material would be contained. This secondary biological barrier, which surrounded the sample laboratory, included facility systems and operational procedures. Tight building construction was used, and all penetrations were sealed. All solid materials, including waste, clothing, and trash, were sterilized. The sample laboratory area received supplies during quarantine operations through UV. Now, I remember these airlocks very well since I had to take a UV shower each time I entered and exited the building. There were 3 main elements as a part of the biological protocol. Crew microbiology. A very good friend of mine worked in that area. He's deceased today. I will mention him later. In vitro attempts to culture microorganisms from the lunar sample, and the direct challenge of the lunar sample in biological systems. I was involved in the 3rd element. The group of hosts involved higher and lower vertebrates, invertebrates, unicellular organisms, and plants. Quickly, I'll go through these guidelines. Again, you'll notice Landrum to the left, other workers working with the mice. The guidelines were the existence of hazardous replicating microorganisms on the moon would be assumed. Biological containment requirements should be based on the most stringent means used for containment of infectious terrestrial agents. The sterilization requirement should be based on methods needed for the destruction of the most resistant terrestrial forms. Hazard detection procedures should be based on an alteration of the ecology and classical pathogenicity. The extent of the biological test protocol would be limited to facilities approved by the Congress, to well-defined systems, and to biological systems of known ecological importance. These guidelines provided the basis for the lunar quarantine program. Although the probability that life existed on the moon was extremely low, the risk was sufficiently high that a quarantine program was justified. The term hazard had to be defined before a method of detection could be developed. Procedures were limited to those capable of detecting an agent that would exhibit classical pathogenicity to some terrestrial life form, or that could establish itself in a terrestrial environment and thereby alter the ecology. This guideline limited the search to the detection of replicating microorganisms. As it related to my responsibilities in the biological sciences section, the methods used for the detection of replicating microorganisms that could cause disease or establish and replicate themselves in some terrestrial environment or organism were as follows. A lunar core sample, which you see to the right, this is Apollo 12 lunar core samples. Now, our laboratory worked with this kind of sample, the lunar core that the astronauts drilled into and below the surface. Again, lunar soil, core sample, saline suspensions were prepared for injections and administered to the various animal species. The various animal species were sampled at various time cycles, bled for blood analyses and chemistries, dissected for light and electron microscopy of various tissues to look for changes in morphology, and cultured for microbial procedures. My main focus when we received the Apollo 12 sample was to prepare saline lunar soil suspensions for injection of groups of mice, other species, in staggered fashion for incubation and processing. At various time intervals, the mice would be bled for blood analyses and dissected for tissue sampling. Again, light and electron microscopy and microbiology. Keep in mind, all of these precise and tedious procedures were done through bulky gloves with restricted movement and viewing limitations, in the sense that you had to be careful that you didn't bang your head on the glass window of the containment cabinet. And again, we had to be careful that we didn't pinprick our gloves, which would have shut down the entire system. As I have mentioned previously, an analyst in our area did indeed do this during the Apollo 11 procedures and was quarantined with the astronauts. This is one of the most wonderful photographs in the entire Project Apollo series, kind of a double portrait, if you will. Apollo 12. Commander Pete Conrad made this photograph of Alan Bean, lunar module pilot Alan Bean, and you can see Conrad in the reflection of his visor. It's just so wonderful. This work environment gave me a greater appreciation of the astronauts' work environment when they were on the moon working with procedures in their bulky suits and gloves. Isn't that a fantastic photograph? If I'm correct, after 50 years or more, our prepared sample came from this Apollo 12 core tube, sample 12026. It was collected in drive tube 1 near the lunar module at the end of the first EVA period on the northeast edge of Surveyor Crater. The core was 19.3 centimeters long and contained 106.6 grams of soil. 3 small samples were taken from near the top, middle, and bottom of the core for gas analyses. Then the core was dissected and split longitudinally. The split was divided into 3 samples, top, middle, lower third. Each sample was sieved or filtered, then recombined to form part of the bioprime sample, the sample used by us in the quarantine area. We then took this bioprime sample and made saline suspensions for our injections of the mice and other species. As I have mentioned, once the mice were subjected to the saline lunar soil suspension, it was an hourly process of macroscopic and microscopic observations with exsanguinations, bloodletting, if you will, blood drawing, dissections to be able to do blood and tissue analyses. Over time, I perfected a technique of obtaining optimal blood levels with minimal hemolysis or damage to the blood cells during the exsanguination process, and suggested to the team leader that we publish a paper on this in a scientific journal. We did, and I'll never forget how we decided who should be first on the author credits. Sorry. We flipped a coin and he won, so his name precedes mine on the paper. No problem. The paper was not only accepted for publication, but also won first place for best technical paper published in the scientific journal, Laboratory Animal Science. See the first page here. Let me go to the second page with the diagram. The technical paper is a very modest one, but I like this bit of literary scientific accomplishment now for its historic nature. And you notice here in the legend, number 1 says from Northrop Services, Lunar Receiving Laboratory, NASA Manned Spacecraft Center, Houston, Texas. This work was performed at NASA Lunar Receiving Laboratory. So just having that legend as a part of my technical paper makes it all worthwhile. By observation of plant and animal diseases, it was determined that most terrestrial disease agents were capable of invading a host and causing evident disease symptoms within 21 days after exposure to the host. Most disease agents capable of causing epidemic or rapidly spreading diseases were sufficiently virulent to be transmitted in less than 21 days. It was decided that a crew quarantine period of at least 21 days should be required after each Apollo mission. Intensive medical examinations of the flight crew members during quarantine determined if any medical problems existed as a result of exposure to the lunar material. Let me stop here again and mention a member of the medical team, Rudy Landry. He's seen superimposed with the moon. We became very good friends, and his enthusiasm for Project Apollo was infectious. No pun intended. He passed away several months ago. In fact, it's been, I think, almost 3 years now. and I want to dedicate this presentation to him. Our procedures in the biological sciences, sector, should be sector, follow similar guidelines with a repetitive approach to ensure that the release of the lunar samples to other investigative teams did not represent a hazard. And rest in peace, Rudy. The hourly process of macroscopic and microscopic observations with examinations to be able to do blood and tissue analyses was definitely a grind. We had to be punctual, right on, and deliver results at a fast pace to satisfy the concerns of the day. Is the moon safe? And we had to be careful not to contaminate the samples that were brought back. As tests were progressing for the Apollo 12 lunar soil, we also had to begin preparations for the return of the Apollo 13 samples. We set up procedures and modifications based on prior techniques with missions 11 and 12 and practiced the various approaches so they would become routine. Little did we realize that these projected routines would be broken. As usual, like the previous missions, we were anticipating the launch of Apollo 13, their journey to the surface of the moon to collect our sample, if I may, and their return to Earth. But the accident that happened to them along the way changed everything, and a doom and gloom cloud hung over the lunar receiving laboratory. We had to be conscious of our ongoing procedures and tests with the mission 11 and 12 samples, but it was a difficult task to get our head around the fact that we might lose our Apollo 13 astronauts over a bunch of rocks. Of course, I remember this distinctly, and I walked into work those few days with nothing else on my mind except concern for Lovell, Hayes, and Swigert. To the right, you see Aquarius, their lunar module, which became their lifeboat and brought them safely back home. There was about a 4-month delay for Project Apollo because of the Emission 13 problems. So we did some maneuvering as well, which meant I worked on other research activities. I remember walking into the medical laboratory area to utilize their electrophoresis equipment to do some enzyme work on mice that had been subjected to lunar soil. I began utilizing their equipment to establish enzyme baselines. I got pretty good at this too, and ended up publishing my results in another scientific journal. Apollo 14 made it through the process, everyone on pins and needles, because of the Apollo 13 mishap, and we received our lunar soil sample. We were excited as ever as we opened the lid and witnessed the moon again, but a different part of this celestial body. The Apollo 12 sample was from the southeastern portion of the Ocean of Storms, and our new sample, Mission 14, was from the Fra Mauro Formation. To the right, another fantastic, wonderful photograph of Commander Alan Shepard actually holding a core tube. And you'll notice to his right is the modular equipment transporter, MET, that they pulled around like a cart around the surface of the moon. We essentially perform the same procedures subjecting animal species to the lunar soil. The crews of Apollo 12 and 14 experienced no health problems as a result of their exposure to lunar material. The test species, plant and animal, which were exposed to and injected with lunar material, showed no adverse alterations or ill effects from exposure. Since exhaustive studies of the astronauts and return lunar samples indicated there was no hazard to Earth's biosphere. The Interagency Committee on Bat Contamination in January of 1970 concurred in NASA's recommendation that stringent quarantine rules be abandoned for future Apollo missions to the moon. As I've mentioned, although the formal quarantine for the crew, spacecraft, and lunar samples was over after Apollo 14, procedures for handling lunar material and protecting it from contamination remained in effect for 15, 16, and 17 missions. You see their wonderful logos, badges here. For missions 15, 16, and 17, I moved my focus a bit to also include macrophage studies after lunar soil exposure. The macrophage is an important component of the innate immune system. It plays a strong regulatory role as a vital link with adaptive immunity. The procedures involve peritoneal lavages, washes of mice, other species, after lunar soil, saline injections, and incubation. I also conducted extensive still and cine film photomicrography of macrophage behavior, ingestion, reaction to the soil particulates. This exposure to the documentation aspects of the research is probably the main reason that I later moved into medical, scientific, media, and much later just media. You notice to the right, astronaut Irwin, lunar module pilot, pushes the core tube in by hand before hammering it the rest of the way. Apollo 15. To the left, we have Charlie Duke, lunar module pilot, made this photograph of the core tube after hammering it into the ground, Apollo 16. And to the right, Gene Cernan, commander, made this photograph of the core tube after hammering it into the ground, Apollo 17. So again, our samples came from core tube samples. I refined the peritoneal lavage technique at the Lunar Receiving Laboratory and published this technical paper in Laboratory Animal Science later when I was a research associate at the University of Texas Medical Branch at Galveston, Texas, a very modest technical paper. To the left, the Lunar Receiving Laboratory badge that was worn for all missions is seen. Unfortunately, I could almost cry, I have lost all of my memorabilia over the years, but I wore this kind of badge day in and day out with my name on it for 3 years. The photograph to the right shows Phil, a research analyst in botany. You notice the containment cabinets, and he's working there with plants. Our labs were in close proximity. You'll notice his bunny suit that we all wore, so I look pretty much like him during missions 11, 12, and 14. Phil was small in stature, and he was frequently called over to the spacesuit training area to put on and test the suit for functionality and maneuverability. He asked me to go with him on a couple of occasions to take photographs of him in the process. I did this and then handed him the camera. I wish I had those photographs today. On my return to the Lunar Receiving Laboratory, Building 37 in 2016, the interior configuration had changed so much that I couldn't find my way. I eventually figured out the location of my laboratories, crew reception area, and other areas. I also made it over to the Lunar Sample Laboratory Facility, Building 31, where Andrea Mosey, lab manager, showed me the lunar rocks. This is building 37, LRL. This is building 31. So I think I have a few more minutes, I hope. Let me just quickly, when I visited building 31, the Lunar Sample Facility, I made these photographs. Please don't ask me to identify these ID these rocks. But anyway, I just wanted to show you a few of the lunar rocks up close and personal. What a fantastic experience. If you've never had the chance to tour that facility, try your best to get there. NASA in Houston. I believe the lab manager is holding a sliced sample for analysis, one of the Apollo 17 rocks. So cool, huh? Another rock, lunar rock. This is that same containment cabinet area with 4 lunar rocks on their supports there. You notice this little cube here. I thought I would explain that. The small cube is a scale cube used for taking photographs where you need an object in the picture as a reference for size and or direction. T for top, B for bottom, NEWS, the directions, and it's in centimeters. So these are scale cubes. I'm holding, I had my wife make this photograph. I am holding, I believe, Apollo 15 sample used for analysis. Holding the moon in my hand, that is so cool. This encased small rock is a portion of a lunar sample returned by Apollo 17 astronauts who traveled to the moon in December of 72. And by the way, Apollo 17 50th anniversary is coming up in December of this year. Again, we have the scale cube, lunar rock. I love this picture. I have it as a cover photo on one of my Facebook pages about Project Apollo. The lab manager is holding one of the lunar rocks that's inside the containment cabinet. And if I were to extrapolate this, so to speak, this is the way I was working with the lunar sample, but it was core tube sample, soil, rather than rocks. Another sample. And thank you very much. Okay, thank you.
So Tom, we got to ask you, how did you get into this level of science for working with moon missions?
How did I get that job?
Yeah, that's correct. What led you to that path? What kind of education background gave you the right connection to put you in that path?
Right. Let me increase my volume so I can hear you. I think that's a great question.
Not anymore. I lost it on these headphones.
First of all, I'm degreed in biology, and my first job out of college was in a research lab at MD Anderson Cancer Center in Houston, Texas. And you know, the grass is always greener and you're always looking for other opportunities. I don't mind saying this, I wasn't particularly happy anyway. So I happened to see an announcement in the Houston Chronicle that NASA was looking for a research analyst to join the Project Apollo mission. So I applied, and lo and behold, I was asked in for an interview. And the person who interviewed me had also worked in the same laboratory I worked in at MD Anderson Hospital. So not only was it a small world, but it was just a stroke of luck, perhaps. Not to mention my qualifications, I suppose. I had pretty good grades in biology. So that's how, well, let me back up a little bit. That's how I got the job, but let me indicate how the job even existed. I had hinted in my presentation that an analyst had breached the quarantine protocol. I think she had punctured a hole in her glove, and everything shut down, and she was immediately rushed to the quarantine area and spent so many days with the Apollo 11 crew. Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin, and Michael Collins. So she probably had a greater time than we did. Who knows? But that's why the job even existed, is because an analyst had breached the protocol and they were looking for a replacement. So combining that with me knowing the person who interviewed me, so to speak, I got the position. Still with me?
Thank you very much. Now, the next question for you is that, do you think the science that you were doing with rocks from the Apollo missions being from the moon, now that our space programs are expanding out towards Mars and we're looking towards the other planets and collecting samples from them, do you think the procedures that you followed contained enough rigor and informed our scientific method enough that we're prepared for the samples we're getting back from the further planets we're going? Or how do you think your procedures needed to change?
Yeah, that is a great question. That's a loaded question. And at the time, 50 years ago, I think we were as rigorous as we could have been with the technology that we had and existing conditions and situations. But to try to answer that question even more, if you were to compare, even though it seemed airtight, if I may, airtight and rigorous, and again, one of the analysts pinpricked her glove and had to be quarantined. But anyway, even though it seemed, let me use the airtight, even though it seemed airtight, free from forward and back contamination, 50 years later, today, 53 years later, I would, only in my opinion, I would think that the procedures we had 50 years ago would certainly have to be studied, evaluated, and improved upon to accommodate samples from Mars and other celestial bodies. I hope I answered your question.
Yes, indeed, you did. But that brings up a bit of a follow-up. Do you think, okay, just a second, I lost my words. Do you think then that back contamination presents its own opportunity, because we've been finding bacterial samples at the depths of the ocean around volcanic vents? Bacteria is so hardy and evolves so fast. Do you think that back contamination is an opportunity then to see how our own influences spiral out around us if we were to have back contamination on rovers and things that we're sending away from Earth?
Yeah, I think that's what do you mean exactly? Contaminating Mars with our instrumentation?
Yes, I'm referring
Is
to
that
more
what you're
about
getting at?
if we have
Yeah.
clean room violations when we're constructing
Right.
our crafts that we're sending to land
Right.
on other
Right.
planets.
Got it. I have no idea. Maybe the scientists who, JPL and other NASA locations, maybe they are putting these procedures into place. I really don't know. But I have to say, I think it's probably a very good idea to have this back contamination uh, procedure in some form or fashion on our instrumentation as we expand outward, and I'll even use the word pollute the cosmos. So I think that really needs to be studied. And having said that, maybe some of these procedures are in place. I really don't know. But I think probably
Oh, I think he's talking.
you're referring to cosmic pollution, which is definitely or could be a problem in the future.
Pollution is a really appropriate wording, especially when we consider the influence of all of the space junk and space debris that we've
Oh,
created.
absolutely.
Unfortunately, at this time, I'm running out of Q&A time. So, but thank you so much for your presentation.
My pleasure. And again, it's just so exciting to be able to relive this experience that happened to me over 50 years ago. So thank you so much.
No, thank you. Have yourself an amazing day.
Okay, you too. Bye-bye.
Okay, and so now we're going to be going on a break for all you viewers back at home. EA, our highest sponsor. Okay, welcome back to our Stardust interview panels today. Again, my name is Ariana Kresniak. I'm from Marvelous Rocketry, and today we are presenting, just a second, this one's Melvin Marsh. Ian, do you have the thing? Because I do not have his picture for it. Ian Lane. So have you already introduced him then? Okay. So our speaker now is Ian Lane, and Ian, you have the floor.
Hello. Yeah, this is interesting. I can't see anyone, so I'm talking to myself right now, which isn't unusual. It's a typical thing that I do. But thanks everyone for having me. It's I'm really excited to be here today, and congratulations to Jason and his team for putting this together and bringing all these delegates and different folks up to Cochrane in Northern Ontario. I think it's a huge celebration, and huge congratulations to Jason and the team. Can everyone hear me, or can the facilitator let me know that I'm being heard? Okay. I didn't get a signal, so oh, that's perfect. Yes, they can hear me. Excellent. So yeah, as the facilitator mentioned, my name is Ian Lane. I'm the executive director of the Northern Ontario Angels, and I'm based in Sudbury. We call that Northern Ontario, but I think being in Cochrane in that district, that's getting much more north, and yeah, we're a little bit on the southern borders of Northern Ontario, but the organization that I represent, Northern Ontario Angels, has been around for since 2005. So that's a chunk of time. And I just started with the organization in January, and it's an exciting opportunity to get to connect with folks like Jason and different innovators across the region. And as the name suggests, Northern Ontario, we do have representation across the region. So there's myself and a colleague in Sudbury. We're also have chapter communities in Parry Sound, Timmins, North Bay, Sault Ste. Marie, Thunder Bay, Kenora, and in the far north of northwestern Ontario, trying to work with and for Indigenous communities. And we have a gentleman that's doing some wonderful work there. But really, our job is to connect innovators, entrepreneurs, or established businesses that are looking to scale with accredited investors. We have a large stable of accredited investors across the region, about 300, and another 150 other parts of the province, Canada, and internationally. My predecessor in Thunder Bay, Mary Long Irwin, is actually doing tremendous work as in international development, and was recently in the States in San Francisco at a large tech conference. She's been to mining conferences in the Middle East, and about to be going to South Africa and Australia, and really helping to put Northern Ontario on the map and connect businesses and investors together. And it's been a wonderful success. We're actually the #1 angel network in North America. Part of that is because we're across the entire region, like I mentioned, in the chapter communities, and we'll support many different types of businesses from different sectors. Really excited to hear about some of the discussions and innovations that are coming out of the Stardust Festival, and would be delighted to connect with folks afterwards. Jason has my contact information. Happy to share that. You can also go on our website, www.northernontarioangels.ca, see a little bit more about who we are and connect with us. And of course, we have our channels there, our social media channels and newsletters. But enough about the work part of it. When I was invited to speak, and I'm sorry I can't be there in person, I asked what's the theme is, what would you like me to share? And the response was about myself, and I have a bit of a unique journey, and I think all of you that are there have a unique journey, not just to get to Cochrane, but professionally and personally. And so I grew up on a pig farm in northern Alberta, a little town called Westlock, which is about an hour north of Edmonton. So I'm a diehard Oilers fan. It's been tough for a number of years, but it's getting better. It's getting better. And anyways, yeah, I grew up on a farm, and I saw a lot of resilience with my family. My dad inherited the farm from my grandfather, who cleared a quarter section after World War II by hand. And then my dad borrowed to make a large scale farm in the late 70s, early 80s. And the challenging interest rates of that time, 20%, we're at, what are we, the overnight rate right now is, hovering around 4 or whatever it is. They were up to 20, and my parents lost the farm, and it was devastating, but they did well. They recovered. And anyways, I've always been impressed by that hard work, that farmer's mentality of, you work 7 days a week, 365 days a year, and you're at the mercy of a lot of different factors. And so I've tried to carry that into my career, but it meandered. So my first degree is in commercial music. So I left the prairies and moved to Toronto in 2000, and went to Humber College. I had big aspirations of being in the spotlight, and that didn't happen. But I had a lot of fun doing it, and I like my music background. I think it allows me to be creative and think of different solutions that maybe other people might not. I was a jazz drummer, so that's a lot of improvisation, and I feel I have to do that on a day-to-day basis with talking with people, listening. As a musician, you listen to other band members or other musicians, and trying to respond to what they're doing. And so that's it's been a unique set of training that I've been able to carry into my professional life. And living in Toronto was a lot of fun, and that's where I met my wife, who's from Prince Edward Island. And so we were in downtown Toronto, and just barely making ends meet and having fun in our 20s. And we decided to go back to school. So she's a clinician. She went back to med school. I did some upgrading. We actually did that in Prince Edward Island, and I love that place. If anyone's been, you'll know why. If people haven't gone, I can't recommend it highly enough. But PEI is not dissimilar to Northern Ontario. I feel Northerners are very, very friendly. They're not pretentious, and open their homes up and their businesses, and they're very, very accommodating. And Islanders are very similar. And so I think I've done well in Northern Ontario because I was comfortable in a similar environment in Prince Edward Island and the rest of Atlantic Canada. So anyways, I guess in 2008, the last big financial crisis, I went to grad school in Toronto, which is at Ryerson, which is now the Metropolitan Toronto University. And I studied immigration and settlement studies, and immigration as an economic driver. How do we attract people to come and settle in Canada and connect meaningfully to the labor market? And that's kind of the start of my career for in economic development. So I worked with a lot of small businesses in Prince Edward Island when I went back there. One of the sectors of growth that the government at the time had focused on was in aerospace. Didn't get into any of the stuff that Jason's doing, but still, it was an impressive little sector that grew, and it grew because of the conditions that it was in. So Prince Edward Island is a small place. You can ride from tip to tip, and people do fundraisers for it. It's 224 kilometers, so you can actually do it in a day whether on a motorcycle, a car, or even a road bike if you're that willing. But it's traditionally an agricultural island with a really strong hospitality sector, and Green Gables, of course. But they wanted to diverse the economy, and they focused on bioscience, IT, renewable energy, and aerospace. And the reason they picked aerospace is that there was a former Air Force, Canadian Air Force in Summerside, and so they had a lot of Quonsets. They had a lot of hangars, and they had some small little carrier, and they had the conditions to switch and use some of the existing infrastructure to become a small hub for aerospace technology. And it was neat to witness that and to see some of the businesses relocate there. So I'm pretty sure that this is, I hope you're getting good exposure to Cochrane and Northern Ontario and can see ourselves establishing a business in these great communities. But that was had the right conditions, the right players, and the right ecosystem to support businesses to establish in Summerside. Bioscience did really, really well, largely because the University of Prince Edward Island had the Atlantic Veterinary College associated with. So a lot of applied research going through there, and they did some drug discovery with some of the scientists that connect to industry, and it's been very successful, created a lot of jobs, and was exciting to be a steward of that in a very, very small part. And so then my wife, as I mentioned, she's a clinician, and as you match for your residency programs in Canada, you go through a matching system, and the algorithm the acronym is CARMS. And anyways, we thought we'd be in PEI, and out came Northern Ontario. So we said, okay, we're going to do it. And that was in 2012, so 10 years ago. She did training for 3 years, and we stayed. And Sudbury's been our home, and it's an amazing place. And Northern Ontario is a special place. Again, I hope everyone's getting good weather and getting outside and seeing the quality of life and the balance. And good time to come up to Northern Ontario in August. A little bit different in February, but you know what? You can still have a lot of fun. And I talked to a lot of newcomers here in Sudbury, and if you're going to pass the winters, just get outside and embrace it. So go ice fishing, go skidooing or sledding, cross-country skiing, whatever it may be. It's the best way to pass the winters, to be active and get outside. And it's good for your mental health, good for balance, and the time flies a lot quicker. But yeah, so we arrived in Sudbury 7 years ago. And prior to joining the Northern Ontario Angels, I was with the Health Sciences North Research Institute, which is the affiliated research institute of Health Sciences North, the largest hospital in Sudbury, but also in northeastern Ontario. So delivering care in this region is difficult because it's such a huge geography, and it's quite underserviced. So it's difficult to get access to a family physician or even a nurse practitioner or allied health professions the further you get away from some of our urban centers. And Sudbury is urban, but it's 165,000 people. So it's not a Toronto, it's not a Montreal, not a New York, not a San Francisco type of a thing. And so it was fascinating to support the research that was happening in our hospital, because we often looked to the outlying areas of how we could support them and establish satellite clinics through research so that people in Timmins could have access to chemotherapy or cancer oncology drugs that they otherwise wouldn't have access through clinical trials. So I did that for 6 years. And last year I learned about this job with the Northern Ontario Angels and went through an interview process, and they hired me. And so started in January, and it's been a delight. I've really enjoyed it. I really love connecting with people that have innovative ideas, and also with our investors. Our whole network can't be what it is without our investors. So to become an investor, you're a high net worth individual, and you have to meet certain conditions from the Ontario Securities Commission to be an accredited investor. But one of the cool things, and I love telling people about it, that we did a survey, and we're going to be doing it in a couple of weeks to update it. Or what are some of the motivating factors of our investors? And many of them wanted to support companies that are going to grow here in Northern Ontario, so they can create jobs for today and for tomorrow, for future generations. So there's a real civic drive to the motivations of our investors. Yes, they want to get returns on their investments, diversify their investment portfolios, but there really is a community spirit and drive to that. And that's something that really pulled me into this role, to be a part of that, to be a steward of these connections, and to help grow the economy in a different way. Just to tell you some numbers about the Northern Ontario Angels since 2005, we've closed over 481 deals. So that's investors providing their own capital into businesses in Northern Ontario. So 481. It's an impressive number. If we combine our all of our the funding that's available in those deals, that can be through conventional sources like a bank, the owners contributing their own funds to it, our angels, other angel networks. It's over $700 million since 2005. That's been brought into creating jobs in Northern Ontario. Just our investors alone is over 200 million. We just passed that in December of last year, and so I think we're now into almost $215 million of our investors putting money into Northern Ontario businesses and believing in the companies and the founders and the people that are doing good work here, so that they can stay here and, like I said, create jobs for today and tomorrow. So I think it's fantastic. I wish I could see people, because there's just big numbers. It's big numbers, and one of the things that really appealed to me about taking on this job is that it's been so successful. It's staggering, the numbers that we've done. It's in excess of 5,000 full-time equivalent jobs that we've created in that time. These are high-paying jobs, so it goes back into into local economies through the social welfare state. We have this wonderful story, and I get the opportunity to share it. I wasn't the architect of it. I'm just I get to steward it for however long I'm in this position. I hope it's a long time. But I just think it's such an amazing story, and I'm so pleased that I'm able to share it with you today. And like I said, I wish I could see an audience, because I hope people will be feeling proud, especially the Northerners that are there in the room. And hopefully they can see themselves a part of it. If not today, maybe in the future. So again, be happy to connect with many of you and speak to you directly. And if you have companies and ideas that are being generated out of this week's festival, let me know. I'd be happy to brainstorm with you. And maybe if it's not for me, I know that one of the partners is Link North, the regional innovation center that's based out of Timmins, but is also in Cochrane, Hearst, Cap. They have got a wonderful team there. We work really, really closely with the good folks at Link North, and we'd be delighted to work together to help your idea move along and eventually get investor ready, so that it can scale and lift off, pun intended. Sorry if I'm rambling a little bit here. I'd also be remiss to say that part of why we're so successful, actually, it's a massive reason why we're so successful, is that we've really fortunate to have sustained funding from FedNor and the Northern Ontario Heritage Fund Corporation. So FedNor being the Federal Economic Development Agency in Northern Ontario, and Northern Ontario Heritage Fund Corporation, the provincial counterpart. They've been wonderful supporters of ours and have allowed us to grow and continue to grow. And without them, our network would look a lot different. And so really, really important, and pleased that they support us, and they also support our partners in the ecosystem like the Link North. So wonderful to work with them, and trying to connect with post-secondary institutions like Northern College and other partners in the north, in the region, especially with where Cochrane is, where we can support young minds or minds that are upskilling or whatever it may be. But I think there's amazing opportunities, amazing ideas that are being generated in Northern Ontario. And again, just to be able to share our story in brief, maybe put us on the map a little bit with a lot of the innovative discussions that are happening further north than I am today. It's exciting. It's an exciting time. So again, congratulations to everyone that put this together. I know it's a lot of hard work. It's inaugural. It's over a chunk of time, over the summer months, but with all the people that I've seen through LinkedIn and everything, it's just what a start. What a start to an amazing thing. And I apologize. I wish I could have been there in person. So Is there an opportunity? Does anyone want to ask me some questions? I'm not
Well,
sure
it's so
how that would
interesting
work.
that you used the phrasing liftoff because Stardust was partnered with Launch Canada, which is also an inaugural competition where there are 21 university engineering teams building rockets from across Canada. And so 16 of them are in attendance of the competition right now. And one of the things that the universities have a struggle, or the teams have a struggle with in terms of getting funding, is how do you justify a vehicle that's ultimately going to have a one-time use? And you focus it purely on the educational standpoint of all of the skills developed by practicing and building and trial and error to get to this competition. But is it possible through the Northern Ontario Angels to be able to connect with companies who are doing, who are in the early phases of their prototyping? Obviously, it's completely unrealistic to ask a company to say, hey, let's fly your very multi-million-dollar payload on a student vehicle. But if they're looking for any sort of a sounding test, that would help the teams justify to their universities and sponsors to raise funding for their launch vehicles. Would that be a viable connection, do you feel?
Yeah, I think that's a wonderful yeah, it's a wonderful question, and the easy answer is we would be delighted to explore it. That's one of the reasons why we're so successful is that we take things from early ideation stage all the way up to high growth maturation things. So yeah, we'd be happy to look at those. And I think part of the exciting part of supporting innovation in applied research and development, we all know that these things are iterative, right? So you do have to do testing and validation to be able to prove that your innovation is viable. You know, aerospace and aeronautics, sort of forgive me, I don't know the terminology, is you know, obviously a little bit more expensive, and you know, but connecting them to the right people with the right ideas and the right vision, I think is that's partly why we're so successful in what we do. So yes, happy to explore conversations around that.
Now, how difficult do you find it in securing your funding? Because are you taking your funding primarily from the private sector or from government grants or an appropriate combination between both?
Yes. So no, go ahead. Sorry. Yeah, so we're funded operationally through FedNor and the Northern Ontario Heritage Fund Corporation, and we are a matchmaker. So it's myself and a colleague here in Sudbury in the operations side of things, and then we have independent contractors or consultants throughout our chapter communities that are working to identify new investors and working with entrepreneurs to help them get ready to be investor ready. So pitches, you know, working through financial statements, trying to find the addressable markets, et cetera, et cetera. So that's also contributed through those funding agencies. So we're fortunate to have those grants. But the funding that goes into the actual companies is our investors' own private capital. It's not our money. We don't have a fund. We don't manage a fund. We match companies with investors that we believe would see the merit in investing their own capital and also some of their own time and expertise and mentorship into the company to help it grow. So to answer your question, we're funded through grants, and we're grateful for those grants, but we don't manage funds. That's private investor funds that go into the companies, but we do a really good job of pairing those the companies with investors.
That makes a lot of sense. Now, are you then trying to focus entirely on existing?
Sorry, your question cut out. Am I trying to focus entirely on existing?
To Northern Ontario. So if we had a project that we could potentially be doing down in the south, but things like your manufacturing resources are going to be more expensive because it's a higher premium on space, say in Mississauga, would you be then trying to empower those companies to be coming in Northern Ontario to create the jobs there?
Yes. Yeah, so there's examples of companies that have analytical or manufacturing facilities in Sudbury, and they've got a significant portion of their payroll based in Northern Ontario. But they have other offices in Southern Ontario or Austin, whatever. As long as there is a tangible presence of the organization in Northern Ontario, we can look at it. But it has to be genuine, and so we do a lot of due diligence when we're working with the companies and making sure that it is tangible. Northern Ontario is a unique region, and I think one of the things that we should celebrate up here is the access to funding partners like FedNor, like the Northern Ontario Heritage Fund Corporation. IRAP has a strong presence here. Ontario Centres of Innovation has a business development manager in Northern Ontario. You can have access to non-dilutive grants, and like to your point, operations in Southern Ontario, where your burn rate is a little bit higher, you might be able to find a little bit more of a better operating presence in the north and leverage the non-dilutive grants, and then connect into our network of accredited investors and really make things happen. And there's stigma around Northern Ontario that it's the end of the world, but it's not. We've got great infrastructure. We have airports. We've got good highways. It's a little bit further out, but it's still connected, and we've got close proximity to large urban center like Toronto that connects you to the world after that quite seamlessly. So yes, to answer your question, we can look at companies that would have a tangible presence in Northern Ontario. But we would be very diligent around making sure that it is real and that there's longevity for that company in the region. But in my short time, we're starting to see a little bit more of a I would say, an attraction strategy by our communities, by the economic development corporations of our communities to get people into Northern Ontario. And I think because of COVID, when you were restricted to maybe you lived in a little apartment in downtown Toronto or wherever it may be, there's affordability up here in Northern Ontario and quality of life. Like Sudbury, where I live, there's the city of lakes. There's 330 lakes in our community, and you have access to them. It's beautiful, and you have access to the rest of the world and access to amazing funding partners. And so, yeah, the secret's out. Northern Ontario is a great place to do business, and there's great partners here to support it. But we would be delighted to support companies that want to come, but they need to be here and they need to have longevity here.
Now, do you have an expansion strategy beyond Northern Ontario? Are you interested in Northern Manitoba, Northern Saskatchewan? I mean, North being a fairly relative thing, Cochrane up here is on the same parallel as Winnipeg is, but the resource distribution is very different.
Yeah. We're governed by by FedNor, which has a geographic map of from Kenora to the James Bay coast, down to Parry Sound, and all things in between, and the Northern Ontario Heritage Fund Corporation. So expansion into Manitoba in terms of supporting businesses, that's not something that we're looking at. I mentioned earlier my predecessor, Mary Long Irwin, is doing work in international development. So she's doing a lot of advertising, a lot of sharing of businesses that are looking to scale with international investors throughout the world, and starting to grow our stable or our pool of international investors. So that's where we see expansion and sustainability really through our investors by adding a little bit of diversity to who they are and getting outside of Northern Ontario.
Northern Ontario. But in the last 2 decades, a lot of engineering companies moved out of Toronto into Mississauga, Scarborough, Peterborough area, Pickering, because of it not being worth it to be spending so much money on large office buildings and manufacturing resources downtown in such a dense metropolitan area. When we think of Northern Ontario or northern communities in general, we really associate their stability around physical resources, mines, forestry, that kind of stuff. Do you think there will be a push or an attraction for larger corporations bringing their their operations to northern communities, or more the northern communities. Like you said, Sudbury is pretty south for north, but out of these main metropolitan areas? And do you think that kind of expansion would be very beneficial to Ontario or Canada at large?
Yeah, so the latter part of the question, absolutely, it's beneficial to Northern Ontario, Canada at large. I think that's would be a huge benefit to attract companies to the region. I think, like I mentioned in some of my previous questions or answers to your questions, we are seeing it. We're starting to see companies come here, and we do have established strengths in mining, forestry, manufacturing, like you mentioned. But I think COVID really opened and cast a different light on the region and some of our communities. That there's good infrastructure, there are good facilities, there are good ecosystems here to do this work. So I'm happy to be a part of it. You know, these things don't happen overnight, and it's not one person or one group that's the steward of these things. I think there's a coalition of the willing, and that's what the economic development corporations, the small business enterprise centers, the regional innovation centers, Northern Ontario Angels, post-secondary institutions that are coming together to promote the region and promote companies to come here. And it's happening, and you know, it's anecdotal, but I think we're you know, in a year from now or 2 years from now, hopefully it's a little bit more tangible in the metrics that we can share of companies that are relocated. But yeah, it's happening. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, and have yourself a wonderful day. For the audience, this is Ian Lane of Northern Ontario Angels, brought to you by the Stardust Festival. That was put on by our lead sponsor, MDA. Have yourself a great day.
Thank you. Yeah.
And now we're going to have a small break before we hear from Melvin Marsh. I could just say anything and it would be great. And welcome back to the Stardust Festival interview panels. I'm joined today here by Melvin Marsh. Melvin is a South Florida native, always knew that they wanted to work in the space industry and turn science fiction into reality. They took a slightly unusual path towards that goal, though. He obtained a BS degree in anthropology and human biology from Emory University before continuing on to graduate school at the University of North Dakota. He earned an MS in space studies with a concentration in space life sciences and space human factors, specializing in space psychological stressors. Then completed an MS in psychology from Georgia Southern University. Melvin has previously researched and presented on medical ethics in space tourism, xenoanthropology, aerospace psychology, isolated and confined environments, unidentified aerial phenomena, UAPs, teamwork, cooperation, among other topics. He currently works as a research consultant at his own consulting firm, despite primarily identifying as a researcher. He also owns a small mental health practice and has spent the past 2 years on the front line of the COVID pandemic as an emergency medical technician. So without further ado, please take it away, Melvin.
Okay, can you guys hear me? Anybody? Head up. Could you guys hear me? Can I say something? Awesome. Okay, thank you. Just wanted to be sure because I can't see you guys. Okay. Oh, sorry. Let me try that again. Come on, share the screen. This thing is obsessed with trying to get me to record. I don't actually want to record. Oh, there we are. Okay. So, I do want to start off a bit with a little bit of an apology. When I was asked by Jason to speak, I thought I was actually going to be discussing more of my space-related research, past or present, like so many others. So imagine my surprise when I found out the idea was more to tell an inspiring story about how I got to where I am. Oh my. So the truth is I've given dozens of speeches in my life on pretty much everything from hard science to ufology to growing up transsexual, but I've never really spoken as an inspirational speaker, telling my own story in pretty much any way. In fact, this is an area that I actually struggle with pretty seriously, and you can ask my therapist about that. He will definitely agree. I tend to focus more on where I'm going than the troubles I have overcome, and as a multicultural, gay, transsexual Jew with a disability, who has been raped, harassed, beaten, and nearly killed, I've experienced some things that truly did belong in the past, some of which it still hurts to speak on or think of, so I've often just escaped to the future, to science fiction, to Star Trek, to places where discrimination is at a minimum, and people like me might be more welcome. So I actually was hoping to share with you at least a few lessons that I've learned from science fiction that inspired me to help me overcome some of the obstacles I've faced. So before I really discuss the lessons, I do want to mention a little bit about where I come from. As I mentioned, I grew up in South Florida, specifically Hollywood, mixed race family. Several members of my family actually come from Suriname, which is a small country in South America, which is one of the most poverty-stricken areas of the world. Many of my relatives didn't attend school or had to drop out young. Most were and are still completely illiterate. You can actually see my great-grandparents there. The gentleman's father, my great-grandfather there, actually was a slave and worked on the plantations. So due to a need to pay the bills, I ended up having to work at age 3. Since my parents worked for a local radio and television station, that's where I started. I worked in entertainment. By the time I was in high school, I had a full-time job, a part-time job, and I was taking honors and AP classes. It's also the 80s and 90s where the gay people were basically being killed and heaven help you if you were trans like I was. This also when disability accommodations were not easy to obtain in schools, and it was even worse if you were in a poor school district like I was. Broward County, very big school district, but not really very wealthy. And regardless, having a disability, it's not like the parents would understand anyway. If you were born female, again, like I was, you would not be diagnosed with ADD or autism spectrum disorder or Asperger's, which is basically high-functioning autism, since it wasn't even known until 1994. All that led to a lifetime of hurt and confusion, and it even took 10 years before people realized I actually have epilepsy, which thankfully now is completely under control. So for all practical purposes, I really shouldn't be where I am today, as this was where I am is a pretty long way from being beaten and left on the sidewalk, which happened multiple times. Since I turned 18, I actually got married and ran away, quite literally, to college. I got married five days after my 18th birthday. And that was the only way I was going to get to college because my mother really wasn't very helpful in that matter. But I did go to a top 20 school, Emory University. I double majored and double minored while working a full-time job, a part-time job, raising my husband's 3 kids, and basically being very, very busy. I actually would have almost finished a few more minors too. But I ended up actually briefly homeless during that time. Ended up going off to a grad school in a field I didn't study. Eventually had a failed medical school attempt, and then eventually collected a second master's degree. I ended up, during this time, at this point in my life, I've won dozens of awards, all sorts of different topics, from research to entertainment. Published a dozen papers, dozens of media, appearances. Finally got myself on Internet Movie Database after 30 years, which surprisingly should not have taken that long. I've led 14 companies and 2 nonprofit organizations. Actually 3 if you really want to get technical. But nothing could compare to the work I dreamed about since I was little, and that would be being an extreme environment researcher and space scientist trying to turn science fiction into science fact. A dream that realistically should never have come true. So, like I said, I have a few lessons to mention, and I learned my first one basically in 4th grade. And I had a really, really nasty 4th grade teacher who would verbally abuse me, call me all sorts of names that are now primarily politically incorrect. Every day from 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. was a nonstop abuse fest, telling me as the whole class that I was dumb, and if I graduated from elementary school, it'd be a miracle. Combining this with some earlier concerns with my principal about who wanted to hold me back due to really poor handwriting caused by an immature nervous system, and quite frankly, illiterate family members who couldn't help either, this wreaked absolute havoc on my self-esteem. Ended up putting put on waiting list for psychological testing, which the teacher wanted to prove that she was correct and to transfer me into the special ed class. No student should have to go through the better part of 20 hours of testing in 3 days, but I did. And the results came back good, very good. Though in fact, I wasn't as dumb as a box of rocks, which was one of the terms. That was one of the nicer terms. It was in fact the highest IQ that the school had ever seen. Which I'm not sure how much that's really saying, given that school. They were really ill-equipped to deal with all of that. They had no other gifted students in the class. School mandated even that the state-mandated gifted enrichment basically could be fulfilled by putting me in with the intellectually challenged students and giving me the exact same work. And that was the extent of it. Of course, I wasn't told this. I thought I was just dumb. Now, I did have some issues. My attention span issues was a mixture of ADD, which they wouldn't diagnose in girls at the time, having a slight audio processing disorder, which wouldn't allow me to distinguish when multiple people were talking, and simply being bored. When I was bored, I would actually take things a step beyond. For example, I would see a simple doll's chair made out of popsicle sticks, see it only once, reverse engineer the pattern, and extended it to make a lounge chair, which I glued together. I built fully functional objects out of Lego bricks before that was really possible, before they designed things to do that. I also kind of proved teachers incorrect about the primary colors only being red, blue, and yellow. Everybody who works in entertainment knows that primary colors of light were actually red, blue, and green. In fact, if we want to talk about boredom, while I was sitting backstage, I was actually building a robot, little robot kit. But all I heard was of all of this was really the abuse of my teachers about my questionable memory, which was really only questionable because I could barely hear them in the first place, and thinking I wasn't good enough to go to mid school. My poor mom was at her wit's end. There was no one to turn to or for me to look up to, or was there? At the time, my family was really big into the TV show Quantum Leap, and quite frankly, I started watching it because it allowed me to stay up later on Wednesday nights. I really started appreciating Al and his crazy clothing, and I never gave a second thought to Sam, who is technically the main character. For those who are too young to remember, which is probably almost everybody here, Sam was a very accomplished scientist. He had like 7 graduate degrees. He built this machine that allowed him to go back in time, leaping into other people's body. This allowed him to put right what once went wrong and change the future. Unfortunately, one of the side effects from leaping was this memory became like Swiss cheese. They actually called it the Swiss cheese effect. He was still a brilliant man. His IQ was supposed to be in the mid-200s, but he acted a little dumb and sometimes a little angry because of a lot of things he simply no longer remembered, and it frustrated him. Nowadays, Sam would be considered twice exceptional, which is basically a nice way of saying that you are very bright, but also might have a disability. That term just was not used back then. So my mom finally clicked with her, and she said something to the lines of, "Hey, do you think Sam is smart?" I said, "Well, yes, he had to. Not only he went to college, which nobody did back then. Heck, the state of Florida says you don't even have to have a college degree to teach nowadays. But similar was actually happening back then. But yes, but Sam even went past college, and nobody even went to college. So, well, how's Sam's memory? She said, well, it was photographic, but it's now not because of all the leaping, and it really messed him up. And she said, if you were in your class, what would Miss Weasel there say about it? So I quite literally said to her, like, well, she'd asked why an adult was in her class. You know, that's my autism showing. That comment also nearly got me whapped. Besides that, well, she'd probably think he was pretty dumb. Is he? No. She continued, she's like, look, your results came back really well. She said, you know, your results basically, that you are basically Sam. There's not much difference between him and you. And you know, you could go off to college, you could get your PhD if you wanted to. That's what the results show. Your teacher simply doesn't know how to handle it. And it took me a few days to accept this, but this fictional, super smart, polymath Dr. Sam Beckett became my role model. I'm still working on trying to get that PhD, but after that, I never thought about my disabilities again as limiting factors in pretty much any of my pursuits. I, in fact, sometimes have to be reminded that I have a disability. And while I took inspiration from Quantum Leap, there are so many others who took inspiration from other things, like Nichelle Nichols as O'Hara. With her recent passing, it would be hard to ignore how much of inspiration she's been. Whoopi Goldberg famously was inspired by O'Hara when she came in and ran to her ma and said, hey, there's a black lady on TV and she ain't no maid. And of course, we know Martin Luther King Jr. was a huge fan and convinced her to stay. That'd be Nichelle Nichols, of course, when she wanted to move on from Star Trek. His reasoning partially was because she was such a good role model and such a good inspiration to the kids. So my first lesson would be find a good role model. Find a role model who's similar to you and is doing great things. They don't have to be alive. You know, they don't even have to be real. If they have a real impact on you, they might as well be real. And if you do choose to have that inspirational role model who's maybe fictional, don't be ashamed. Because even with their help, you can do great things. So we have Sam, of course, O'Hara, Data from Hero Worship. Although I probably shouldn't have listed Aurelio here from Discovery because he was kind of a little suspicious. So still taking from inspiration from Dr. Beckett, I did go to college. I started actually at 16. I was a dual enrolled student, and then transferred to a top 20 university, Emory. Thanks to overloading and finding classes that met more than one requirement, I double majored and double minored, and would have finished 3 more minors had they given me just 1 more semester. But they only let you go 1 semester past where your expected graduation was. And since I was pregnant at the time, I needed that extra semester for other things. So I went to college again, as I mentioned, full-time, all working a full-time job, part-time job, raising a family, being homeless for part of it because Emory was simply so expensive. And nobody wanted to let transgender people of any shape or form stay in housing, whether it was on campus or off campus. I remember one of the situations, I had just come out within 1 month of me getting kicked out, or coming out as transgender. I actually got kicked out of my house. And that was a place I was renting. So since this point, back then. Emory has since banned the double majors and double minors because apparently nobody was supposed to be able to have done what I did, but at least, quite frankly, they've been doing better, at least on transgender rights. I applied to PhD programs, didn't get in, finally got into an MS in space studies, which is where my next lesson started. This, I think, was actually either at my proposal defense or my final thesis defense. So I was the only person at my department who was not an engineer. I was the only one that wasn't fully funded, and then still 15 years later, I still have the loans. Being so different led to things like students and faculty stealing my work. In fact, I was such a good researcher, my thesis was stolen 3 times before as it was almost completed because it was given to somebody else to defend. I ended up with a lot of discrimination there, and still it wasn't as much as I could have because I was still holding something back, that I was trans. When I graduated, I was the only one that wasn't hired or had a job waiting for them. I briefly had an opportunity with NASA as a human factors psychologist specializing in stress, but that position disappeared about a semester before graduation because Lisa Novak attempted to kill a sexual rival, which actually proved my thesis correct. I quickly applied for a PhD in Arkansas, was accepted, has that acceptance rescinded when they found out I was part of the LGBT community. Really, I should have known better. It was Arkansas. It's not exactly known for being progressive. So I was back to being to square one. With that setback, I assumed presenting my research and the mathematical that my advisor and I devised, which was being used by NASA, would help me get a job. My first conference, there were 3 female presenting attendees, and that included myself. It was very awkward since I'd always been in science programs where there were nearly half the students or things were women, like 40%, 50%. And this was back in the 80s and 90s. So it was amazing that in 2009, 2008, 2009, that we were down to only 3 people in a whole conference. Although on a really positive note about all this, there was absolutely no line for the bathroom. Jobs at that point were being thrown at me, and I thought it was because of the work I was doing, not because of my sex, which is what I found out later. But regardless, I couldn't live as a female forever, and in fact, my name change was actually already in progress. And as I was transitioning to male, all the job offers dried up, especially once my name was changed. My quality of work or my resume didn't go down. In fact, it was only going up. The only thing that was changed was my name. A few people were honest completely and said it was because I was trans, and that meant I was too much of a threat. My background also wasn't right. It wasn't engineering. And that I was mixed race was also a concern. And sometimes you can see that I'm mixed race and sometimes you can't. But apparently, regardless of how much I can or can't, appear to be white, regardless, it was a concern. And being a woman, though, I would have been a diversity hire, but not for any other reason. And HR would actually stated that. And that was at multiple places. And of course, none of these other reasons would have been enough to get me hired. And all this was upsetting to me because not only did I not want to be known as a diversity hire in the first place, I was still more qualified than most of the people who ended up hired. And these same people, who, in all these space programs, these aerospace things, who claim to be inspired by Star Trek and Star Wars and all this other science fiction, failed to take home a key point, one that's at least occurs a lot in Star Trek. And that would be infinite diversity and infinite combinations. Any Trek series, at least, will have dozens of episodes where prejudice and bigotry are decried as markers of a less civilized society, and xenophobic societies are rarely looked well upon. And often, a different way of thinking, perhaps from that minority group, actually ends up saving the day. But people didn't want to hear it, or try anything different. Multiple tries when I tried to reach out to people about being trans or was simply outed as being trans, like what happened in med school, that was a fast track to either getting fired or getting attacked. And so instead of fighting every moment of every day, which is what I seem to be doing, I actually just stopped engaging and started to just leave to find less abusive territory, although that didn't always work out. And the way it stopped bothering me is that I thought of Captain Picard. There was a line in one of the episodes. It was like, history has proven again and again that whenever mankind interferes with the less developed civilization, no matter how well-intentioned that interference might be, the results were often disastrous. In another episode, they state discrimination can be the mark of a closed mind or lesser developed civilization. So that had to be why they were abusive and aggressive of my diversity and willingness to teach. I broke Star Trek's Prime Directive, which states to avoid messing with lesser civilizations. So there's lesson 2. Consider implementing your own Prime Directive when interacting with prejudiced people that may be end up abusive to you. So being trans and being from a low-income family and not having the same opportunities as everyone else due to discrimination will always be a part of my past. Hundreds of missed opportunities, which I'm reminded of on a daily basis. Hundreds of opportunities I could have had, assuming I had a better background or didn't suffer from discrimination due to other people's closed minds. Someone earlier this week stated that aerospace companies were desperate to hire people and were hiring people without the proper background and all sorts of other things. And that might be true if you're one of the preferred diversity groups, such as being a young woman. That definitely might be the case. And I definitely saw that when I was presenting as female. However, people over 35, people who are Black, Hispanic, Indigenous, First Nation, Native American, those who are visibly LGBT have any form of disability are still actively excluded, even when they're twice as qualified as everyone else. The amount of people I personally know who've given up have outnumber anyone that I know that has actually successfully obtained a job in aerospace. To deny that large amount of discrimination in the field is to deny reality. The Center for Air and Space Law has a task force for this, which has spent the past year discussing how nearly impossible it is to get hired if you're BIPOC, LGBT, or have any form of disability. I was on one of those panels a few months ago. Elon Musk's recent tweets about the transgender people in recent months have made the industry actually even more hostile than it was before. And not that it was a great environment in the first place. And regardless of that hostile environment and lack of career opportunities, people like me chose to forge our own path. If people didn't want to hire me, I would hire myself. And I started by creating a small research consulting company. I knew I needed to do more, though, and I looked towards another career field to put myself in a better position to boost the research company, and that career would be medicine, aerospace medicine and remote medicine. I could already cover the psychology side, but the medical side would be really helpful. So I went to med school to add to my business. As I mentioned earlier, I don't really like discussing the past, and I don't really focus much on it. If I were to spend so much time and energy on my past, focusing, analyzing everything that I overcame, I wouldn't have the energy to look forward to tomorrow. And thinking about the past too much and the abuse and mixed opportunities due to something I could not control has always led me to terrifyingly deep depression with occasional PTSD. And I probably would have killed myself because of an accidental focus on a missed opportunity in the past. The what if. But I did go to med school, and lots of bad things happened. I was attacked in med school, and that was primarily for being trans, and I caught myself overly dwelling with near disastrous results. This was around the point in my life where I actually stopped being fascinated by science fiction and science fact. Medicine took up all of my life, and I had even stopped working with my consulting company and trying to bring in new business. I was forced to live in the now with no escape to the distant future. And I don't have time to tell you all what happened in just one semester, but I can state I was in a very bleak place. The home stress scale had me listed as having over 400 stress points in a matter of 3 months, and that's far, far from normal. And it took a little concentrated effort by a future-focused therapist and his mentor, who actually inspired me to include this as the lesson, to remind me that the future is more important than the past. Now, that is something that I'd known all along. Just in my times trying to get into medical school and getting into medical school, I had just forgotten it. And that's a lesson that's certainly in all of, or certainly most science fiction, perhaps maybe not the time travel shows and episodes. But rarely do you find characters overly dwelling on problems of their past. Now, things may be stated as, something that's a matter of fact, but only as it pertains to the present or how to fix the problem that has occurred, so they can overcome it. Rarely do they overly dwell. They're in the present and mostly looking forward to their future. And from Asimov to Zelensky, all of this is a reminder that the past, or the future, not the past, is where we should be focused. When life changes your plan, you make a new plan with an eye to tomorrow. Instead of focusing on the past, I and so many other people worked to change our future. Some by creating other businesses, some by doing other things. And what I did is I left medical school, which quite frankly didn't like me anyway, picked up that second graduate degree, restarted my consulting company, and started a small private practice focusing on future focus and performance-oriented therapies and stress management. And I still do EMS work on the side as an EMT, event medic, as well as working an awful lot with COVID patients, which is how I recently became injured. So that brings us to our most important lesson in all this. Dwelling on the past or on things that cannot change is not really worth beating yourself up for. Just focus on that future, because the past is written and we are left to write the future. Of course, there are dozens of other lessons that can be learned and used to overcome obstacles in science fiction. But those obstacles are all important. Each and every one is important. And as Kirk said, our species can only survive if we have obstacles to overcome. You remove those obstacles, and without them to strengthen us, we will all weaken and die. And if you have any questions, I can either take them now, I can answer them later. On LinkedIn, I'm Mel S. Marsh. On Twitter, I'm Mel S. Marsh. On Instagram, I'm Mel S. Marsh. On Facebook, I'm Mel S. Marsh. Email, I'm melismarsh@gmail.com. And ham radio, I'm Mel S. Just kidding. I'm WA4JJQ, and I don't think I could have gotten Mel S. Marsh if I had requested it. And instead, I took my father's old call. So I'm going to turn off this and try to stop sharing my screen. Hopefully there will be questions. Or not. Woo! Oh my lord. Whoa. Okay. Woo.
Oh, you can hear me good. Okay.
Yeah,
So unfortunately, I don't have questions because I've been listening in rapt awe. You are a BAMF. I transitioned a decade ago, and I eventually went back to school, realizing that I can't just keep throwing myself into labor force. And I just finished my undergrad degree in space engineering. And it's so cool to see, to hear your story on this as did not expect your story when I showed up here today to help out and volunteer. And I've got another trans person I'm here volunteering at the event as a part of the Stardust Festival, but also the Launch Canada rocket competition. And my team just had a new member join who is also trans, and she's just starting the same degree I just finished. And so it's just so cool to be able to see, I don't know, is it representation exactly? But the point is just really cool. Really cool.
I'm glad this helped. I wasn't expecting this to when I started writing this, this was a big struggle. And I was like, maybe somebody will get it. On a positive note, it's way better for you nowadays than certainly when I was in the past. And now being 41, I still haven't ever worked for another company. And quite frankly, a lot of that was just because I was trans, and things are probably going to get better. I would just avoid SpaceX with Elon Musk. But I mean, when I got people hired, I got people hired by SpaceX actually. And they were under orders to cut out all of the trans people in their life. So I was like, okay then.
Are you kidding? I already didn't really respect SpaceX that much. I think Muskie's very overrated, but I mean, any company that burns out their engineers isn't really sustainable. But I did not know it was that bad.
Well, yeah, and I knew this guy since I was 11. I actually helped. He actually had dropped. He was like one of my best friends when in 6th grade. He actually dropped out of high school. I actually got him back into high school. He'll get through. Well, got his GED, helped him through his associates, his bachelor's, got him into a master's program somehow, and he ended up getting a job at SpaceX. And I haven't heard from him since. And that's apparently why he has since transferred to NASA. He won't talk to me on LinkedIn. He won't talk to anything, and that's what I was told was the reason. So
I mean, I'm standing here with my jaw agape. I think that's not okay. That's not
well, I would
okay
love,
at all. But like,
I'd love to see your jaw agape, but I can't even see anything out of these cameras. All I see are black screens. I don't even see it. I didn't even know I was broadcasting. That's why I had somebody double check.
Zoomed in on my agape jaw. If we shine some light, you're looking at my uvula.
Okay. Well, if Jason or somebody down there is down there, get a photo and you guys can email it to me.
Jason is upstairs at the other one. I'm here with Paul and Jacob, but
then have one of those other people do it, or you can do it. Y'all, it's not like y'all don't have my email address.
Yeah, so send him my agape jaw. I'm gonna add you on LinkedIn. My name's Ariana Kresniak. But yeah, I just you're so cool, and you're like tenaciousness and resilience, and I mean like what do you say? It's not I'm so sorry in like a pity or anything. Just like fuck, the world is hard, and I don't know. You're super cool, and your life story was incredible, and yeah.
I wasn't expecting it to go that well. When he told me, no, we're not talking research, you're talking about your inspiration. Oh no. Oh, that's all I could think about. And normally I can write a speech that's 20 minutes in a couple of hours, 2 or 3 hours. This took 3 weeks of 8 hours.
Talk about your research. You've got like 10 minutes.
Oh God. At this point, let's just finish this if anybody else has questions. But my research was actually primarily on space stressors, and hopefully I will be joining Jason if he ever finishes gets that thing built up in the middle of nowhere. So that's actually how we met. Actually, let me tell you, when I was reaching out to people on LinkedIn, I've put out 1,300 job applications in the past year. I mean, that was ridiculous. And most people wouldn't even take my connections. But as soon as I saw Jason, I was like, I need to talk. If nobody else talks to me, I want to talk to this guy. He's just so interesting. And it is. And since I mostly worked with aerospace psychology, I was working on things like, okay, well, if I take a whole bunch of people and lock them in a room, in a small space, how much is it going to take before they lose their minds? So
you able to take the pandemic as like sort of pseudo data for that? Because I mean, by the end of the pandemic, doing school from home, I was sleeping on the couch, cooking in the kitchen beside it, and I realized my entire life existed in a 15-foot radius, and everything lost meaning. What day is it? It's one that ends in Y. Why does it matter? So it's not an exact analog, but are you able to use that?
I would have loved to have done that, and there's certainly no reason to think that we couldn't do that. The only reason that I don't think I did is because by the time I had already proposed my thesis idea, and actually I was working on teamwork and cooperation. That's my most recent thesis that I did, how to influence and improve people's ability to work together. And I had already basically had all the like the entire proposal done. That's when we went into lockdown, and then my advisor disappeared. So I was like, so I had needed to start collecting data immediately. But had I done, say, like the week or say I had joined grad school like the year later, I probably would have done something like that, because that can be such a good. It would be good enough. It's not going to be perfect. Nothing's going to be perfect, but it would have been great. When I was doing my research, my research for my first master's, what I did was I was interviewing astronauts and cosmonauts.
Oh, that makes sense. It's too bad though, because with the lockdown, it would have been such an opportunity for a cooperation if you were to treat an apartment building as a community and said, okay, we are going to be able to deliver to this apartment building your food, your resources, your toilet paper, all that jazz, but you need to amongst yourselves distribute it and see how a community could have developed within it. Because it was only like 7 months ago that in my adult life, for the first time, I've had a neighbor knock on my door, since I live in apartment buildings, and that they've said, hi, I'm moving in, I'm your new neighbor. Like, it's always just been no communication with neighbors whatsoever, other than to say, can you turn your stereo down? So you really don't have that sense of community in it. But I wonder if you could build that community, and if that could have been the research for you. Oh,
I see no reason to think it couldn't. I mean, I think that would have been a great, opportunity, and I hope somebody did something like that, even though I couldn't, because that would have really extended the work I had already done. It would basically have been a partial extension of the first master's thesis, and I think that would have been a great idea. And I was thinking about that so many times. In fact, I applied for my 11th round of PhD programs because I'm not a quitter. If I ever got into a PhD program, I would have no idea what to do at this point. But I actually had applied to 25 or 30 programs. And for about 10 of them, I proposed a somewhat similar thing to that. Not necessarily an apartment specifically, but a community as a whole. Why are we not researching that? Because that would be a good extension of some of the human factors questions, the isolation. We already know anxiety and depression, went up in a lot of people. Not in everybody. My anxiety and depression went down because I'm very much an introvert. Make it so that I never have to leave my house. I'm the happiest person on the face of the planet, which is one of the reasons I told Jason. I was like, when you do that isolated confined system, just drop me off in there, drop off food. I won't come out for a couple of months. I'll be fine. And he kind of laughed. So, yeah, I'm happy not leaving, but a lot of people simply stressed out. And I think something like that, maybe when the next time that there's the astronaut interview stuff, maybe they can say, hey, how did you do that during the pandemic? What did you do? Maybe that would actually help them select who would have been a better choice to get locked up in a tin can for months or years on end.
That's just very, very interesting. I'm so sorry that I don't have more questions. I'm still stuck in my flabbergastion.
Well, is there anybody else around? I know you guys are broadcasting on, well, YouTube stopped broadcasting. I know 1 and 2 showed up, but I didn't. And I know this is being streamed on Jason's LinkedIn. Are there any other chats? I mean, I don't know. I don't know how many people are in the building or in the room with you.
Because we're down to the end of the day, so we're at the point where people are starting to phase out. But I mean, I'm still so happy to have gotten to talk to you.
Well, next time have Jason move me up or something. Actually, no, Madison I think scheduled. Have Madison schedule me earlier next time.
I will pass that along. Madison said she had too many speakers. I've got my laptop ready with a big thing on liquid rockets. So I was like, do you want? And she's like, no, I've got too many.
She had over 100. And I think I was one of the first people that got asked. And because I got asked in June.
So now when you're talking about the aerospace industry, are you I don't want to ask this in a way that doesn't sound condescending. Like, are you applying to enough? Because clearly you are. But are you looking outside of America? Are you because
I can answer that question. I have applied to 200 separate aerospace companies, including in America, which is obvious because I'm here. I've applied I was applying in Russia, but that's not going anywhere. I've applied to a bunch of places in Europe. So anybody who says, they're hurting, they would love Americans. Yeah, in order to get a job in like working for ESA, you have to know you have to be fluent in like 3 or 4 languages. As an American, I'm not going to be fluent in 3 or 4 languages. So I think one of the ones I saw said you had to be fluent in French, German, and English. That ain't happening. I've applied in Canada, I think the closest I've gotten so far has been, Jason's like, dude, when we make Stardust USA, I want you to run it. Fine, please, I'm more than happy to. I would love to, and that's basically the only even half positive thing that I've ever gotten. So Jason's a good guy, and he gives me some hope in the aerospace field. And he's
Any of the
basically the only one.
universities, because I just left York University in Toronto, and we had a really big space program, that like one of the only space engineering programs in all of Canada. And they've got a lot of like I found the engineering department to be a lot more about community compared to any of the other universities I've toured around. I mean, maybe that could be an option. You know yourself better. I'm trying to just share my experiences, but
I've applied to as for faculty, because I'm qualified to be faculty. I've applied to 40 universities in the United States and 10 in Canada. I never got anything. The only thing, and I have experience teaching college. Actually, I've experience teaching from about elementary school, 4th grade, to graduate school. Actually, as in I have taught classes ranging from 9-year-olds, and I was a teaching assistant because at University of North Dakota, one of the classes actually got designed on my thesis. Because my thesis was just so weird that they designed an entire course around it, a graduate course, which I was TAing. I couldn't be instructor of record because I didn't have a master's at the time. Now I can, and I've been instructor of record for psychology and stuff at the college level. So you name it, I've actually probably taught it. But I've never even so much as gotten basically interviews back. I have a 37-page CV, by the way, and I think that scares people off more than anything else.
Please reach out either on LinkedIn or an email to Dr. Franz Newland at Lausanne School of Engineering. He's trying to change our space eng program so that it's every 4 years they launch a cube satellite, and being able to have a human spaceflight component would be really interesting. I've been pushing for them to get more of a propulsion component, but he is actively trying to innovate that department. Please reach out to him because your expertise would be amazing in that educational.
Well, you're already planning on when you connect to me through on LinkedIn. Send me the name too.
Okay.
Because I'll be more than happy to. But I'm so bad at writing down names. I can't spell worth crap.
That's okay. That's okay. Now I'm at the end of my time allotment, so I'm gonna have to let you go. But thank you again.
Well, thank you for having me. I'm glad you enjoyed it, and you know where to find me. And if you can't find me, ask Jason. He'll find you. He'll find me to give to you.
Will do. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Well, that